Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will set. To break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? Oh, I'll make a sound. Oh, I'll make a sound. Until I hit the ground. Oh, I'll make a sound. So don't shoot me down. I'm broken. We're just getting off the ground. I hope you're better
I wish I could tell you that I want you here with me, but you'll never love me like the way we used to be. Too far from Saturn, lost in the patterns. Where's the stars align so we could be free? Palms are sweaty, knees unsteady. I can't see my head on straight. Heart is heavy, wasn't ready. Don't think I can see your face. Now we're just friends. How long till that ends? It feels like forever away.
Hello, 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 late night gang. It's me, your narrator, Brian Girbeagly Long. I'm here
likes her
tonight
because she's old.
to share some holiday joy with all of you.
Howdy, y'all. Long time no
My
see.
goodness, some
I'm so
very
freaking
big
old.
resubs tonight. Appreciate everybody dropping by here tonight. I'm so excited to get going here. For those of you who don't know what's going on, I'm going to be sharing a tale of Christmas cheer with everyone. A moral lesson as well, one that the world needs more than ever these days, about a rich man named Ebenezer Scrooge, written over 100 years ago by Sir Charles Dickens. I also need to fact check if he's actually a sir. I have no idea if he actually ever achieved that title. He might just be Charles Dickens. But either way, he wrote a book about a rich man who's visited by the supernatural. There's going to be intrigue in the story, good merriment. There's going to be cheer and fear. A perfect ending to the year. I didn't actually mean to rhyme that. That was really good. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome. If you don't know, I'm reading a Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens because it is in the public domain. Bart, thank you. I'm very excited. Morgan and I had to run out on errands today, so I'm not femmed up tonight, but I am wearing a bit of a distinguished fit. So hopefully it will fit the mood of tonight's reading. That said, thank you everybody joining. Oh my god, there's so many dinosaurs. What's going on? Why? Let me say some hellos quick. Let me get myself on screen. And we'll get started with the last stream of 2025 for the Girbeagly community. I will not see you again until most likely like Thursday or Friday. But it should be a good time. And hopefully I can send you off with some good energy, good cheer. Thank you for all the dinosaurs, by the way. Anyway, Chaos, hello. It's good to have you here. By the way, if I miss you the first go-around, there's nothing personal in that. I'm sure I'll say hi to you the next time I see you in chat. And if I say hi to you twice, you're just extra super special. Gantriok, hello. Jay, welcome on in. Hoodie, welcome. Good to see you here. Kim, hello. Ty, welcome. Yes, Dyslexia Gang Unit. Yeah, this is going to be really exciting for me to read an entire novella, which apparently takes around like an hour and a half, 2 hours to read, out loud to my chaotic community who will have access to sound alerts to disrupt me and interrupt me as much as you see fit throughout the course of the reading. So we're going to just see what happens. Phoebe, welcome on in. Ephraim, good to see you here. A butt to you as well. Thank you for the 13-month resub with Prime. Appreciate anybody who uses Prime here. That's very kind of you, very generous. I know you only get one of those a month. So thank you for selecting me. Jessa, welcome. Gray Lady, hello. Hi, Xander, welcome on in. Kim with the 245 stream streak. My goodness. My goodness. Remy, hello. Hi. Welcome. I hope you're staying cozy and safe as well. It's nice to have you here. Fang, good to see you again. Why not? Always lovely having you here. Nico, hello, hello. Randy, thank you so much for the 83 months. Good Lord, that's a long time. Appreciate that so very much. I do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dionysus, thank you for kicking off the 100 bits. Oh God, for the hype train. See, now I can't even talk. And also Chaos with 200 bits and Jay with another 100 on top. Tiny Monster, hello. She's a poet, I know. I know. Banana Moon Puppy, hello, hi, welcome on in. Good to have you here. She said hi to me and we are all hoodies, so if she missed you, no, she didn't. Ty, thank you for the gifted sub to Banana Moon Puppy as well. That's really generous, really kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'd never use sound alerts to disrupt me. Oh, I know. I know. You're too good for that. Chat, anyway. Good evening. Good eve to you. And it is a fine eve, one of the last of 2025. Here. Randy, thank you for the 12 bits. Ephraim, thank you for the 5 bits over and over. So many hearts on the screen. You'll see
Excuse me? Mommy?
decided.
Sorry. Mommy?
Love the 5th,
Sorry.
thank you.
Mommy?
Oh my goodness,
Sorry.
thank you. Thank
Mommy?
you.
Sorry.
Becca, hello, hi. Welcome. I'm glad that pretty men are enjoyable to you. What an elegant lady, thank you. You look cozy. I'm very cozy feeling. Love the glasses, thank you. Morgan bought them for me for like $2 on eBay. Shit, who is she? Yes. Hello, hi. Yes, welcome. Tonight, again, a night of merriment, holiday cheer, saying goodnight and goodbye to 2025. And as you see, we have a festive fireplace up. Well, look at this! Look at this! Festive fireplace. Oh my goodness. This will be on in the background of stream. As I read, it's going to be wonderful. I am going to be reading the public domain version of A Christmas Carol. So it's probably going to have some outdated terminology in it that I won't know what the words mean. Very excited for that.
Mommy?
Grooch, hello, the cozy slave.
Sorry.
I do need to
Mommy?
wear cardigans more. I own a lot of them. But I was like, oh, I look so distinguished here as I stumble and fumble through words. Poland Peyton, hello, hi, welcome, welcome. Hopefully everyone else is in a cozy fit as well and has grabbed some mulled cider or another festive beverage for tonight. Perhaps you're able to... also, is the fireplace like way too loud? Let me know if the sound balance is okay, because this is what it's going to be most of the night. I'm going to turn off the music before I read. You look so cute, thank you. A fancy librarian, honestly, dream job, kind of. Does Pepsi count? Absolutely. A distinguished beverage for a distinguished member of chat. But I hope everyone's staying warm and comfortable. Oh my goodness. It's so warm by the fireside here. Ooh, oh, wonderful to get out of the cold. There was like a straight up whiteout blizzard today while Morgan and I were driving around doing errands, which is why I got home so late. The weather is terrible outside right now, but inside it's so delightful. And I'm excited about it. I'm wrapped in a heating pad and cats. Wonderful. Story time is what I need after the year I've been through. I feel you. I mean, I assume a lot of people will fall asleep to this stream. It's going to be very cozy, comfortable, bedtime story vibes. So I need the fireplace to be loud to drown out my thoughts. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, as long as the audio's okay. If it gets bad or weird or you can't hear me enough or whatever, let me know, please. But it's wonderful to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining me. Need a chill vibe? It will be good. It'll be lovely. By the way, again, I will be reading a version of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol tonight. Scrooge, Ebenezer himself, talking about the three spirits that visit him and possibly change his ways. We'll have to see together. I don't want to spoil anything. So, I slept before I got here. Well, you're going to be up the whole time. It's going to be great. So, are they real or fake glasses? They're real in my mind, but they were $2 on eBay. Welcome, by the way, Nettles. Welcome. Yes, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is a delightful, so warm and so nice. Excellent, wonderful. Yeah, spoilers, yes. If for those of you who don't know, again, this is going to be a night of merriment and fright. And things may turn out all right. We'll just have to see. It's going to be lovely. That said, I'm going to be reading a copy of this story, this novella, from from Project Gutenberg. And if you don't know about Project Gutenberg, it is an amazing... Also, thank you for that very generous hype train. Everyone's so kind. Thank you. But I'll be reading a public domain version, so it means that I am legally allowed to read this on stream. And I'm going to do it in a way that all literature was intended when it was written even hundreds of years ago. On my phone. My Kindle didn't charge in time. I'm so sad. I accidentally forgot to charge my Kindle. So I will be reading it on my phone as tradition dictates. Holding my book up as I read a bedtime story to everyone. And hopefully that's lovely. So, Merm, hello, hi, welcome. Ace of Snakes, welcome as well. Yeah, hooray, public domain. If you don't know Project Gutenberg, it is one of my favorite projects online. Completely free database where they document public domain works, things that anybody can access for free without worries about copyright restrictions. And it's just such a cool resource, and they're constantly updating it all the time. So it's awesome. It's worth checking out. So shout out to them. Not sponsored, by the way. Maddie, welcome on in. Hello, hi, welcome. So I will not have the pages on the screen. I apologize. But if you go to Project Gutenberg and you look up the book, you can read it right on your browser or right on your phone or whatever along with me if you'd like to, if that works for you. So, Rat, hello, hi, yes, story time. Let their grandma in here? Well, I may be old and this tale may be old, but this moral is more pertinent than ever in A Christmas Carol. So, I hope that people are ready for some wonderful, wonderful end of the year vibes. Last stream of 2025. Sound alerts will be on all streams. So again, if you want to interrupt me while I'm reading, it's really just gonna, I mean, that's the vibe of this community. It's gonna fit what we do here already. So it's gonna, I mean, that's absolutely perfect. But Auntie Vibes, listen to Ray, Auntie Vibes, I'm going for in 2026. Like, there's no denying my age. I am someone who I'm trying to prove to other people middle age is not scary. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to be like a 40-year-old like muscle mommy MILF, like auntie of the internet. The whole entirety of 2026. I'm really embracing that energy. I'm very excited for it. I tell my therapist all the time I'm excited to be like a middle-aged woman. Like, it's going to be great. So, Chrissy, thank you for the 130 stream streak. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to get ready for bed and keep watching there. That sounds very cozy. That sounds perfect. Again, for those of you who don't know, I'm reading A Christmas Carol tonight, bringing some continuation of the holiday cheer into the new year, due to the fact that holiday time is hard for many of us, and hopefully I'll be able to give you a place where it doesn't feel so suffocating or overwhelming. And also, we'll be saying goodbye to 2025 together with this last Girbeagly stream of 2025. And moving into the new year with a fresh start, with fresh energy, and I'm so excited about that. So, thank you. Truly, thank you for being here and joining me tonight. Link enjoys your voice. That wonderful. I'm glad to hear that people's pets like my voice. You're not old, you're timeless and beautiful. Listen, I'm like fine wine. Rakalove, hello, hi, welcome on in. Wonderful to have you. But I will be reading by the fireside and reading my novel here, right here on my on my book, and it's the way that tonight's gonna go. There's nothing much else planned beyond that, but if you would like to bombard me with chaos while I read, it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's indicative of the type of year a lot of us had. 2025, on a very serious note, was just ass for so many people. I'm ready to kick this year to the curb. It was terrible. I was lurking Ashley's stream earlier today, and she was talking about how everyone is just ready to say goodbye to 2025. Her whole chat was just like, get this damn year out of here. It's terrible, right? So I'm very, very excited, regardless, again, of how you feel about the changing of a calendar from one year to the next, symbolic or otherwise. I'm so excited to invest a little bit more into myself, a little bit more into what I love, a little bit more into this community and my content in 2026. I'm really excited for a brand new year, and I'm proud of every one of you for making it through 2025. This was not an easy year. It was a terrible year for so many of us. So I hope that you know I am proud of you, genuinely, from a very sincere place, for getting through every hurdle, for getting through every challenge, and making it here to the end of the year and starting a fresh year together. We're going to kick butt. We're going to do the best we can. We're going to win. We're going to invest more time into self-love and self-appreciation. And we're just going to kick ass. We're going to care less about what weird strangers have to think of us. We're going to invest more into the things we love, and the idea of building strong bonds in community. Those things are so important right now. So 2026 is going to be amazing. I'm so ready to just get 2025 out of here. It was dirt. It was trash, truly. Rat, thank you for the 35 stream streak, by the way. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Thank you again to everyone joining. Ephraim, glad to hear that you're excited for this. I do think that it's going to be, very healing for some people. A lot of you like to fall asleep to my streams. It's normally pretty cozy and fun vibes here. People are really like chill and fun and enjoy each other's company here a lot. So if I can read a story and keep good, positive, relaxing vibes going throughout a very rough holiday season for some people, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that that's healing. I'm really, really happy to hear that. Am I the gay apparel we're donning? I don't think you count as clothing legally. You look like a cute librarian. A lot of people have been saying that, Shaving Angry Pirates. Thank you. I appreciate that, Pirates. Been waiting all day. It's going to be very simplistic, but very fun. And that's kind of what I want to aim for in 2026 is keep things familiar, comfortable, recognizable, but first and foremost fun all the time. That's going to be the community in 2026. We're aiming for that. There's like this cohesiveness that I lacked in 2025. Things were so chaotic and awful for me and for so many other members of this community. And the more familiarity, the more reliability that we can create in a space together, it's just going to be awesome. I really believe, obviously we're going to face challenges. 2026 isn't going to be all rainbows and sunshine, but we're going to do a lot better, and we're going to remind each other we're here for each other the way that we did to get through this year as well. So yeah, I am so excited to be sending off 2025 with all of you. Thank you to everyone again for that early hype train. Thank you for supporting me. This entire year has been wild. You know, I've been at my lowest. There have been moments I don't feel worthy of support. I don't feel like people ever need to show up for me, but also I just didn't feel deserving of any support throughout this year. I wasn't able to show up 100% of the time, and a lot of people basically proved to me I don't need to show up 100% of the time. I'm a human with limitations, and especially this year was so challenging for me with all the family stuff going on. And everyone was so great. Everyone was so accommodating, so kind, so supportive. I could have had a much worse year than I did. And that's saying something because this was one of the worst years of my entire life. So, on a very real note, thank you to every single one of you. Whether you spent 10 minutes watching my streams or my content elsewhere online, or if you made it to every single stream, or if you hung out here and just lurked, or if you donated it 100 subs. I don't care what it was that you did. It all contributes to me being able to feel confident when I go live that I'm going to be on camera for a group of really awesome, good people. And if you feel like you didn't accomplish anything this year, please know you made an impact on a community that will remember you, that does recognize you, that is happy to have you here. That kind of thing is so much more important these days than ever before. Again, with people actively trying to pull apart communities. I'm glad that we have like no drama here ever. I'm glad that people are so supportive of each other. When someone's having a rough day, people swoop in and lift each other up. That's not everywhere on the internet. That is not a guarantee anywhere on the internet. So truly, 2026, we're embracing whimsy, we're embracing self-love, we're embracing community. We are reminded that in 2025, a really hard year, we already proved to each other we're going to show up for each other. We already proved that there's strength and unity and strength together. It's going to be great. I'm really glad to have you all here. Truly. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Again, no amount of support was too little. Everything added up. I wouldn't be here today doing what I do without all of you. I wouldn't be able to regroup and feel like this is a healing moment in my life of going live and sharing myself with the world. That's such an important thing for me to be able to do right now. So thank you, truly. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Paxton, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Anyway, sappiness out of the way. Let's focus on, again, those cozy nighttime vibes. Perhaps you're in my time zone and it's very late right now. Or perhaps you are on the West Coast and you said, I just finished dinner and I'm going to wind down. And just these next 48 hours before the year ends. Holy cow, not 48 hours. I love math. I'm really good at it. These next, however many hours, whatever, who cares? 24 hours, 26 hours, whatever. Before the year ends, you get to say goodbye with a bunch of really wonderful people. You look like a cunty librarian. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jules. Thank you. I do. It's kind of what I was going for. By the way, this fit is not the fit in the corner here that everyone wanted me to wear tonight. Again, Morgan and I got stuck in a snowstorm while we were running errands today, so I wasn't able to get full glammed up or anything, but this the Santa dress that people like me in a lot will be making a return. Probably I'm gonna keep some of the holiday vibes going for the first few days of January into like little Christmas time territory, like 12 days of Christmas vibe. So you'll probably see me in this look sooner than later, because I did make a promise that 2026 I'm bringing Girl Week that you all earned into the picture in January. We're going to be cashing in on a bunch of the cosplays and femme looks that I promised, and I'm just going to be presenting femme a lot more anyway, because I just want to. It's a big part of who I am. I'm very comfortably, like gender fluid, non-binary, whatever classification I fit in at this point, where I just like to play around with femme presentation, and it's something that brings me a lot of great joy. So I'm definitely going to be doing more of it in 2026. But there's going to be a lot of girl looks. I'm very excited for it. And I'm really, really very, very happy that people are patient and supportive. So, yeah. Girl Week, more like girl work. I know. I'm going to be working it. We'll see what happens. Goose, thank you for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I hope that everyone's excited to be educated with some classic literature tonight. But, chat, I hope that you have some good news for me. Because before I get started with this story of cheer and fear and so much more, I'd love to read your good news. A tale of your victories would warm me on the inside. So please, please, please feel free to share your good news in the chat. As long as it's something we can all comfortably enjoy together, I will read as much of it as I can out loud. I hope to see other members of the community supporting each other's good news, congratulating each other. Doesn't have to be anything large either. It could be something like, I made it through the year. That could be your good news. This is the last stream of 2025. And if your good news for us tonight is I made it through a really tough year. I mean, that's my good news. I made it through 2025, a year that seemed intent on killing me. And I got through it. And I'm so, so proud of everybody who made it through as well, truly. So feel free to share. Your brother's turning 30. Randy, happy early birthday to your brother. Your package, I know, we didn't get a chance to go out to the P.O. box. Oh, crap, I'm knocking down stuff. Hold up, I'm destroying my... I wait for good news. Good news. I'm destroying my office, apparently. Hold up. Yeah, I saw... So, it's funny. I was going to go to the P.O. box really early in the day, Merm. And then my informed delivery that I have set up with the post office said that it hadn't arrived yet and that it was just out to be delivered to the P.O. box. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll go tomorrow and get it. And then at 6 p.m., after where the branch where my P.O. box is already closed, I got an update that said it had been delivered at 11 a.m. And I was like, but then they didn't update the system till 6? I could have gone and gotten it. So I was really sad about that. But I will be going tomorrow to grab it, and it'll be one of the first things I do in 2026. By the way, chat, I'm going to be very far behind on chat as I read people's good news, so I will not be replying to you in real time. But I'm going to try to get caught up as quickly as I can. Outfit's very cute, though. Now how can I get as cute as you? You are by just being you. There you go. You are just by being you. How's that? There you go. There's my advice for you. But yeah, I'm glad people aren't disappointed that I wasn't in Santa girl dress. This was just something I went... Oh, look very distinguished tonight as I read classic literature, yes. So, thank you for being patient with me. A story of cheer, fear, and curse sound alerts. Yes, most likely. All right, good news. I finally bought the electric guitar I've been saving for a little while. It's a Squire Junior Stratocaster. Nice pick. Very cool. Metallic blue. Love that. Ty, have so much fun learning to play that and jamming out on that. That's so cool. Good news. I learned a new soup recipe. It's awesome. God, it is good soup season right now. Good for me to be getting vegetables in my body in a way that my stomach can handle. Heck yeah, glad you found that that workaround for you to get some vegetables in you. Good Narnews had a very nice date night after a long, frustrating day. We had a good catch up and watch Uzumaki. Yeah, very fun horror film. So glad that you got to do that. Very happy that you got to basically wash away the frustration of today with good, better vibes to wind down with. That's some good stuff. Good news, I've been accepted to go back to school to finish my undergrad degree and start the next phase of my life in that way. So excited, but also nervous. But here's to hoping for a wonderful 2026 for everyone. We all deserve it. Jay, I'm so happy for you. Like, truly very, very proud of you for you going back and doing that. That's awesome. That's very cool. I hope that goes as smoothly as possible. And thank you. You also deserve a wonderful 2026. Good news, I made myself chicken bites in the air fryer for dinner. And my cousin in Texas had her baby, Shiloh, this morning at 9 a.m. Wild. You got to meet on Facebook Messenger. That's very cute. That's wonderful. I'm so glad. Congrats to you and your family and your cousin. That's awesome to hear. Good news, I'm here with all of you tonight. I'm sappy maxing about it. Heck yeah. I mean, it's the last stream of 2025. Freaking drop the mask, drop the guard, get vulnerable with each other, and get sweet, you know? I'm here sappy maxing every day these days. 2026, though, remember, I'm going evil style, so, yeah. I did a lot today, but honestly, being here is the best part. It's lovely having you here, Ephraim, truly. Randy, thanks for the bit. Good news, I lost 20 pounds this year and celebrated 3 years with my amazing partner who I helped officially change their name. That is lovely. I love that so much. That's excellent to hear. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. And congrats to your partner for officially changing their name. That's great. So, I don't like that advice. Well, Banana Moon Puppy, it's the only advice I have. I'm so sorry. Good news, I made it through the workday after my boss tried to say that I have to work on Sunday and general other annoyances. I'm so sorry. Merm made me cry. Merm is kind of mean, right? I'm glad you have friends like Merm there supporting you. That is lovely. I'm glad you also made it through the workday. So annoying to hear that, like, the work schedule is overwhelming a bit, but you did make it through. You are here now. You get to kick back. You get to relax. Again, holiday vibes persist. Get into comfortable clothes. Grab a holiday beverage. Do whatever you got to do to enjoy tonight with this awesome community. This coming year, I want to focus on getting out of my comfort and making positive changes and faith in my capabilities of being able to make my ambitions reality. Heck yeah, Pull and Paint. You can do that. I believe in you. Good news, I'm making grilled cheese for dinner. Some sugar cookies for dessert, and now I get to hang out with y'all. It's great having you here. Enjoy your good food. Always love having you here, Hoodie. My only viewer,
Lesbian?
by the way. My only viewer of all time.
Lesbians?
Getting caught up. They, give me 1 second.
He only likes her because she's old.
Good news of the year. I think I'm actually getting caught up on good news pretty quick tonight, which is good. I'm scrolling by everyone's replies to each other. Thank you for congratulating each other and supporting each other. Mom, thank you for the gifted sub to Subtle Sinner and the 44-month resub. I appreciate that. Good news of the year. Now that I'm back for winter break, as happy as I am to be home with family, I'm realizing that being away from my family and being able to be independent in college has done amazing things for my health, mental and physical. Seems like what I really needed to feel like myself and like my life can be something is to be able to get away. Nico, I'll let you know, just as someone who's lived away from my parents for many decades now, it feels like. It's been like 2 decades now, right? Over 2 decades. That's a natural thing to happen. You're an adult. That is the first step to finding what it means to set boundaries with other people, other adults that you're already kind of familiar with, as well as finding out what your own autonomy means to you. You know, it's the first step towards breaking away from overwhelming social norms and imaginary rules, discovering independence, making decisions on your own, whether they're good or not, also learning lessons from the consequences that you face for those things. All of that is so important. It is very normal for people to like move away when they're an adult and become more independent and to find themselves and to exist in something they've built themselves. I'm so glad that that's something that's been positive for you. That's awesome to hear. That's truly wonderful to hear. Very happy to, again, first step in finding yourself. Really proud of you. Bats and Coffins, hello, hi. It's Hoodie on yet another account. Gosh, that's one of my favorite ones that Hoodie has, though. That's awesome. Thank you for logging into that one, Hoodie. Oh, my God. Yeah, do not start the copy. Hoodie, I like that you dropped the copy pasta and then you told chat not to use it. Because, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Of course they're going to do it now. You can't just, it'd be like, I don't know, you making like a joke, like one of the running jokes, one of the bits that we have here that automatically activates every chat member like a sleeper cell, and then saying, I'm the only one who's allowed to do it, though. That's never going to work here. No one has self-control. Not in this community. Myself included. Good news, I've arrived, and I also went to the mall. Now the chat's going to scroll. And I went to the mall with my best friend, and then went to a last-minute birthday celebration at an arcade where I only played the Wheel of Fortune game for 3 hours. Listen, I have that problem when I go to arcades, too, where I'm like, I'm so determined to win this game or do well at this game. But I hope that you had a lot of fun. Last-minute birthday celebration is really cool. Very cool stuff going on. Was it your birthday or was it someone else's birthday? Either way, I'm glad that you got to hang out with best friend. Bestie time is good. Freaking chat. I cut out the copy pasta part. The whole thing is part of the copy. What are you talking about? It's good lord. Self-con what now? Exactly. Exactly. I was trying not to flood it, but also be funny. I'm sorry. Well, I don't forgive you. How's that? How does that feel if I say that? It was one of my friend's boyfriend's birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday to him. I hope that it was a lot of fun. Banana Moon. Honestly, Banana Moon Puppy and Becca and Nettles and everyone. That's actually my favorite copy pasta in the community. This sopping Amazon box. You know what's something that was shitty that happened? So we had a package delivered. Mom, thanks for the bits. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Oh my god. Brad has really become evil. Wait, how did I become evil? Chat's the one being evil right now. Morgan and I ordered her a Christmas gift, and it said it was delivered. And so we checked the front door of her house, and there was a package out there. And neither of us looked at the label because we just assumed, oh, this was the package that we got the update that it was delivered for. And then we didn't check our back door for 24 hours. And we went downstairs the next day, looked at the package that we had brought in, and it was from Morgan. It wasn't the package I had ordered under my name to give to her as a gift. And we were like, uh-oh. What's it? So where's the other where's the package that I ordered? Where the heck could that be? And so we went to the back door, and it was after the snow here had started melting. And we had a sopping wet box at our back door. Sopping wet cardboard box. And all I could think of was this goddamn copy pasta. Unfortunately, Morgan's gift was not ruined in the sopping wet box, though. The other thing that had arrived was for her for a PR package thing. But all I could think of was the sopping pasta box copy pasta from this freaking community. So, Merm News, I survived 2025. Like I said, that's my good news. I survived this year. I don't know how I did. It seemed intent on taking me out the entire year. So I'm proud of you, because I know you had a rough year as well, Merm. I'm so freaking proud of you. So grateful to have everybody here. Thank you. I'm grateful to be here, because there was good guy. I told my therapist today, I had therapy today, I was like, thank you for this whole year of therapy. Because, like, I don't know if without it, I would have, like, truthfully made it through. Things got so hard for me. Emiata, welcome to the stream. Anchors away. Not to pull it into dark, dismal, freaking, depressing territory. I'm not, you know me right now. I'm not full of doomerism. Not trying to be edgy, talking about, oh, I almost didn't make it. But, like, there were moments I was like, I might not make it, dude. This entire year tried to take me out. But, yeah. Also, my good news, yes, I'm glad you made it through. Yeah, all my freaking homies hate 2025. This year can go to hell. It's terrible. It's really awful. Mom, good night. Thanks for dropping by. Also, your good news, Tiny, it's wonderful having you here. It's truly wonderful having you here. Morgan talks about you so fondly. I want you to know that. So next time you're having a rough time, please know that it's not just this community that appreciates you. Morgan and I talk about you pretty regularly. I'll be like, hey, how did your full moon meeting thing go? And she'll be like, oh, it was great. Like, here were the people who were there. I love talking to people like Tiny Monster. So we're happy you made it through the year. We're really, really happy. So, you're full of boomerism. Yeah. Yeah, fuck 2025. The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV is a free trial? Is that true, Becca? Wow. And you can play it, including entirely of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions? Wow. I do have to... 2026 resolution, I need to start playing Final Fantasy XIV again, because I just spent almost an entire year paying for it, and I have like 10 minutes of in-game time for the year. So, this year feels like it's been multiple years long. Yeah, I feel that. Liz, hello, hi, welcome. Jacob, welcome on in. Yeah, I can't wait to dropkick this year into the garbage. God, it can go straight to frickin' hell. Good lord. It's, yeah. No way. Genuinely glad to start the new year with you cuties and Bree. Oh, well, thank you. It's wonderful to have you here, truly. Yeah, good news is surviving 2025. That sounds like lip service because, like, everyone's like, oh, thank goodness you made it through. We're so happy. Whatever. But it is one of those things where, like, this year sucked. There's some people, just the grim reality is some people didn't. And I'm very fucking sad about that. So I'm really, really happy that people are here. I'm glad you made it through. So I can see this copy pasta in chat. Oh, God. You know what's really funny is, like, this copy pasta, I've seen this year already. I've already seen this copy pasta. I have a friend who sends me one of these. If y'all know Molly, Foxtrot 44 on the internet, married to Wade, Molly married to Molly's husband. But Molly sends this to me every holiday. She sends me the crazy, the like crazy slutty holiday copy pastas.
We are
She
filled
texts
with
me.
New Year's cheer.
Aesthetic, yes we are. Thank you so much for the Prime for 11 months. Good lord, appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, why did Nightbot only snipe Banana Moon Puppy? What did you do wrong? You're past your quota of being cursed, I guess. Never made it very far into Final Fantasy XIV, but I want to get back into it. It's actually genuinely a super good game. I just don't have time for it, you know? Uber, welcome. I'm glad that people like my $2 eBay glasses. Morgan bought them for me. Aren't they nice? Aren't they great? But yeah, every holiday morning I wake up to a text from Molly. And it will be like, yeah, you know, hey, Santa sluts, it's time for Christmas whoredom. Something, whatever, I don't even know. It's like, if you get X number back, then your chimney gets stuffed. And it's like, wow. Great. Good. Some good stuff. Yeah, I know, Becca. I've been talking about making a free company for the community for a while. For the 6 of you that play, by the way. Me, who's trying to, like, solo through the game, also, like, I've never had a static raid party. I was about to say I'm loving the glasses. I'm glad. Thank you. It's the first thing I've ever heard about Molly. I love it. Molly is one of my favorite friends. If you become submissive and defend... What is a sentence? If you become submissive and defenseless from hearing a phrase as simple as good girl, okay. Then you're an evolutionary weak link. I do like that copy pasta as well. Imagine if a bear or a mountain lion found out and used this against you. You know how many people have sent me that meme, by the way? Banana Moon Puppy, that specific meme of the, like, if you become submissive and defenseless from hearing a phrase as simple as good girl, then you're an evolutionary weak link. Imagine if a bear or mountain lion found out and used this against you. You know, I've had like 10 friends send me that. Tawny, hello, hi, you look really pretty, thank you. You know what's really funny? I was like, oh, I'm gonna look like a distinguished, like, trust fund, like, you know, like, I just got my master's degree from Harvard person, and then everyone's like, you look like a cute mom. You look like a cute librarian. I'm a frequent recipient of horny copy pasta. Yeah, isn't it weird being the friend who gets them, but doesn't send them? None have affected me psychologically like the one I got the day the Epstein files released, and it was like 90% redacted. It was probably like, yeah, like 2 lines of text. A bear or mountain lion, yeah. One of those could get me. Yes, very true. I'll literally make a new character just to play with you. I literally made one for Merm. I'll do it again. Don't do that to yourself. God. Don't do that. There's like infinite content in the game. You should be grinding your main. So, can you defend yourself if a bear calls you a good girl? No, I'd probably not. I'd probably be like, wow, talking bear, and then that would be the last sentence I say before a bear swipes me in the face with a very, very powerful paw and kills me. Hello, Emmy. Welcome. Welcome. It is giving cute librarian. Listen, I'm glad. Listen, I am so happy. I'll say this because I didn't even make an attempt at a femme look tonight. So if people are like, oh, you look like a cutie. You look like a cutie femme. I'm so happy about that. Mission accomplished accidentally. Especially because this in the corner is what I really wanted to go for tonight. I just did not have time. Blame the snowstorm. Blame that goddamn jerk Mother Nature. She's a jerk. The way my brain thought of a different kind of bear. No. No. Yeah, dying from good girl bear? Yeah. I also thought of those bears. No, I'm not interested. I'm sorry. No offense. More for people who are into bear culture. I'm happy in my sapphic relationship. Okay? Been banished to Twitch Mobile as my laptop is dead. This is devastating. Good luck to you. Good luck. Nettles, that copy pasta about the hot laptop, I remember back from like 2017 in like every Overwatch streamer's chat that I watched at the time, it just being spammed like 5,000 times. It was great. So, I love me a bear. I'm glad. I am. I here. That's the thing. I'm really happy that people have their preferences. That's great. Now that said, if a bear were to call me that, either type of bear, I would still probably blush and be like, oh, but it doesn't mean that it works on me per se. No bears? Okay, fine. Listen, I have massive respect for bears and otters and that whole culture. Wonderful. I'm glad you found each other. I'm glad that you found your people, you know? But I'm big sapphic vibes in 2026. It's going to be all God. I'm going to be such a lesbo in 2026. 2016, 2017 were big copy pasta years. They were like the best copy pasta years. That was actually some of my favorite time on Twitch. Was like the bizarre like copy pasta culture that existed then. Normal night in the Girbeagly chat, I see. Truly, actually not nearly as bad as it's been lately. We got to pump the brakes a little bit. Because some people are like, holy crap. I can't even read chat without just going insane. Welcome, by the way, Wormy, if I did not say hi to you yet. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. That's us. Getting extra gay in 2026. Absolutely. Yeah, the year of evil and sapphics. And evil sapphics at that. I'm going to be evil style sapphic. So, I also have this in my phone. Dearest father, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a clapping, as of ash cheeks gently chapping, clapping at my chamber door. 'Tis a visitor, I muttered, dummy thick and nothing more. Is that pretty good? It was a good warm-up. All right, and last call for good news, and then we out of here. Yeah, everyone remember to take 3D estrogen with Monster Time. Yeah, wash down your estrogen with Monster, with White Monster specifically. And God, one of these days, drinking White Monster is going to do something to me, right? I've been trying. It's like I've done everything but take the pill, right? So maybe it's time. Chat, if you don't have any good news left in your tank, like I said, you can always opt out with I made it through 2025. It is the end of the year, last stream for this community this year, and I'm really grateful to have you all here. Very excited to tackle all of our goals. Like I said last night, I was talking about my goals and my resolutions with my therapist today, and I was like, I'm trying to set resolutions that I don't care if I meet them in a year or in 10 years. And she was like, that's the way to look at it. So, like, another thing she added on that I wanted to pass on to the community. Some of you were like, I don't like to set resolutions because then, like, it adds pressure on me. Well, here's something that was a cool way to think about it. Let's say you set a goal of, like, hey, I want to learn how to play this song on guitar by the end of the year. And December rolls around and you go, oh, my God, I haven't learned this song. but you probably practiced and got a little bit better, learned a little bit of the song. That's way better than not ever attempting and still being stuck at 0. You're probably doing way better. You're way closer to your end goal than you were. Who knows? 2027, maybe you learn that song in its entirety then. Like, and I was like, that's a great way to look at it. It's like some progress is better than none. So that's the way that I'm looking at things. I'm ready to win in 2026. It's going to be good stuff. Good news, stuff has been rough lately, but today things worked out for good. That's wonderful to hear, Jessa. Sorry to hear that things have been rough, but I'm really happy to hear you had a bright spot amongst all of that. So, yeah, the year doesn't have to end in shitty news. Excellent. Wonderful to hear. All right, chat. If you are ready for a literature classic, again by Charles Dickens, Chuck Dick himself, Chucky D. He wrote this, A Christmas Carol, back in 18-something or other. And I now am legally allowed to read it because it's in public domain. So, good news is the combo a couple streams ago, Brown was really blunt with me, helped me realize some things I needed to prioritize in therapy. Sorry for not replying to y'all then. I dissociated during that. You are good. You are allowed to process. Delayed processing also. That's the other thing is, good Lord, I'm so glad that you realized when I said it, because I know clarification and direct communication is so important to so many of you, because you might have grown up without it, or you might not be surrounded by people who prioritize it. But that's the only way I know how to communicate, because I am neurodivergent as hell. And I'm very glad to hear that you knew that that was more out of a place of love from this community. We're here trying to help each other. No one wants to beat you down, grind you down, make you feel bad. If we notice something happening where we're like, hey, that's unhealthy, it's because we want to steer you away from that. We don't want to see you hurting yourself. And I'm really, really happy that that's something that you were able to figure out. That's awesome to hear. That's great that you can bring that to therapy and really work on that stuff in a more like concentrated way. That's what growth is all about. That's what improvement is all about. We're never done improving. We never reach a point where we're perfect and we're all knowing. So you working through that, no matter how rough it feels or looks, is you still working through it, and that's something to be really proud of. Small good news, I found the trail mix I've been searching everywhere for. Gosh, I love when I'm like, oh, where was that snack that I'm craving? Oh my god, I found it. Yes, let's go. Saying there's a dick in this, Charles? Well, I don't know if it's like, he might just have one, you know? He might just have one. Yo, hi, Nye, hi. Get me a bear stat. Wait, what? Anyway, y'all look like a grilled ham and cheese sandwich kid today. So do you. Oh my god, that sounds so good. I was talking about moons over my hammy last night. God, and now I'm really hungry for one of those. Actually, I'm perfect and all-knowing. I'm God. Oh, God. It's true. Yeah, I'm all-know. Yeah, you messed up. Minor spelling error. And also, wow, even God makes mistakes in spelling. All-knowing except for the word knowing. You're only all-know. You don't know the ing suffix.
Hi, liberal. Nice autism.
Juby, thank you. Yes.
Autism
I did. Oh, God. I'm actually going to make a TikTok, like a short form video I'm going to put up on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube soon about my recent autism diagnosis. Because I'm angry at everybody. I'm angry at everybody because of it. And you'll find out why in the video. Tune in next time. Asian Juby. Thank you so much, Juby, for the 100 bits. I read your name as anime. All of Asia anime. As many people. God. I was just talking to Morgan about that it's really weird because, like, casual racism against Asians is still around, but, like, in the 2010s, like, up to the 2010s, it was just so overt and terrible. And I remember, like, people would be like, hey, where are you from? In the 2010s, and I'd be like, oh, Korea. And they'd be like, cool, are you into anime? And I'd be like, that's not where anime's from. Like, shut up. What are you, why? Oh, good Lord. Anyway, yeah, Juby, do you like anime? Thank you for the 300 bits. I really do appreciate that a lot. Yeah, classic. Classic. It was like, oh, do you like ramen and stuff? Yeah, I do, but wow, this is loaded, very focused line of questioning and assumptions being made right now. By the way, I grew up in New York. Anyway, 8's in chat if you would like to hear the the words of Charles Dickens, I believe is how you say his name, a renowned author who shared quite an important message with A Christmas Carol. Not The Christmas Carol, but A Christmas Carol. As a half Asian, I hate where you from. Oh my god, right? Because you know what's going to happen after. Nowadays, it's a little less loaded, right, Rat? Where it's like someone will be like, "Hey, you mind if I ask, like, what ethnicity are you? Like, where are you from?" I'll be like, "Oh, Korea," and they'll be like, "Oh, that's so cool. That's neat. That's great." You know, but like, yeah, 10 short years ago, it'd be like, "Oh, you're from Korea? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know that much about Asian culture, like anime, right?" God damn it. Yeah, sure. One Piece rocks, dude. All right. Good Lord. When I worked at the bank, I would get asked where I'm from all the time. One time I said New York City, and the woman, I shit you not, says, "Welcome to America." Oh my God. You were like, "Yeah, I loved seeing Ellis Island." I lived there, actually. Man. God damn it. I saw a TikTok that was like, if you ever need to win an argument with someone with ADHD, look them in the eye and say, "At least I don't have to pee." They suddenly will have to pee. That doesn't work on me. You know what works? You know what makes me have to pee? The fact I have a bladder the size of a mouse. That's what works on me. You know what will work on me, though, is if in the middle of a sentence, if you were talking to me face to face, I'm telling a story, and in the middle of the story, someone just goes, "Hey, Brian." And I go, "Huh? What? What?" And they're like, "Oh, shit, I forgot. Keep going." And then I'll be like, "I don't even know what I was talking about anymore." So, yeah. Oh, you're from Korea? Name every Dragon Ball character. Exactly. Forgot to go to the bathroom and drink water. Guess you're peeing your pants. Sorry. Just, I'm turning off the music. We just have the lovely crackle of the fireplace. Now, chat. Again, happy holidays 2025. From this community to you. This is the last stream on the Girbeagly channel in 2025. And again, we have this warm fire here to, wonderful, reading by the fireside the way that Charles Dickens, when he wrote this book, intended. On the phone. Public domain ebook. I present to you Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. Now, this beginning part, you probably all know, so if you have to go get up and grab a snack or get into some cozy clothing like what I'm wearing, or get a delicious holiday beverage, some eggnog, some mulled cider, some spiced rum, if you're feeling frisky here. It's the end of 2025. Who cares? It's about to be 2026. It's a fresh slate. Thank you. See, that's going to throw me off. It's just random shit like that is going to. Either way, please, turn up the heat, grab a blanket, whatever you need to do for tonight's activities. But let me get started with Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. All right, next page. Project Gutenberg ebook of A Christmas Carol, by the way. This ebook is okay. This is just the table of contents and stuff. Illustrated by George Alfred Williams. Chat, I will show you. Public domain illustrations, copyright 1905. As Charles Calkins, as some parts of the world knew him as. Time to get lit with my chalky milk. Ooh, that sounds so good. God, spiked chocolate milk sounds so, or hot chocolate sounds so good right now. Ethan made us alcoholic hot chocolate while we were there with like this fancy whipped cream and like nutmeg sprinkle on top. It was so good. So awesome. All right. Introduction. The combined well, wait, this is actually not, okay, this isn't part of the book. Anyway. I will no longer be fooled, spirits. I've learned the true meaning of Christmas. A Christmas Carol in prose, being a ghost story of Jesus God of Christmas. That you can feel the Christmas spirit expelled from your orifices. All right, Stave 1, Marley's Ghost. By the way, if you want to Read along with me. Project Gutenberg, look up Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. You'll be able to find the public domain copy right on the site. Read right along.
This guy stinks!
Well, not yet. You haven't even heard his writing yet. Anyway. Stave 1. Marley's ghost. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Chief mourner? Is there like a head dude who's just, I'm the saddest guy. I'm the chief mourner. The rest of you are regular mourners. I'm the chief, though. I'm the saddest. Scrooge signed it. Yeah, R.I.P. to a legend, Marley. Actually, he's not a legend. You'll find out, but yeah. Billionaire, CEO down, billionaire down. John Mourner himself, yes. I come from a long line of mourners, actually. We've all mourned in our lifetime. So, I'm going to make Muppet Christmas Carol references the whole time. All I'm going to think of in my brain. Yeah, Marley was dead to begin with. Yeah, anyway, I can't do it in the Gonzo voice. I have a bad Gonzo. So, yeah, no head mourner. So there we go. A common thing when people didn't have people to actually mourn them. Well, that fits into the lore. Skill issue, I guess. Didn't make a friend in your lifetime? Wild. So, it's me, the chief mourner. I always be sad. Yeah. Do you get paid for that? So, hello, Mystic Mojo. Welcome on in. Welcome. I mourn, but for a all right. Scrooge signed it. And Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind! I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, bruh, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. Oh my god, bro be yapping in a side story. He's doing a side quest. I've actually never read this all the way through, so this is going to be interesting. You get paid to pretend to be sad? Oh my god, yeah, Bats, I'd be so good at that job. I'm literally a professional actor. Maya, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome to A Christmas Carol. I was so on page 1, by the way.
He only likes her because she's old.
Sad Scarlet, thank you for the 16 months. The little fireplace is nice.
is nice.
Oh my god, I just
3.
realized that it is above the alerts. Let me put the alerts above it. There we go. That should be better now. Next time someone activates those. Yes, it's getting warm by the fire. Wherever you find love, it feels like Christmas. I love the fireplace. Yeah, Morgan, thank you, Morgan, for letting me do this. I know this was a big fire hazard for me to put into the office here. It could light me from the past on fire. This outfit I was wearing in this picture, very flammable. So there's a lot of risk involved here. So I really wanted to put in the effort for tonight's stream with this. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, fire hazard by all the stuffed animals. Exactly. Anyway. Mind! I don't mean to say that I know of my own knowledge what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hand shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will, therefore, permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was as dead as a doornail. You lit all of your plushies on fire for the... Yeah, those were fan gifts, by the way, so thanks for the kindling, everybody. That outfit's already hot enough. Yeah, it's true. I mean, God, I don't know if I've ever felt hotter than that outfit. Not even a joke. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and sole mourner. Yeah, too long didn't read Marley is Super Dead. And he farted around. They were so comfortable they farted around each other. Yes, yes. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Wow. Charles was like, man, it was kind of not that smart. He wasn't that well. He was mentally unwell. I lost my space because I increased the size of the font because I'm old. Soul lover? Yeah. Fire hot? Oh. Chat, help! Oh my god! Only 900 tier 3 subs can put the fire out and save your streamer. Oh! Hi, Sky. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name.
Oh,
There it stood.
this guy stinks!
We're never getting through the story. We're not. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge, and sometimes Marley. But he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Wait, so they had a business, Scrooge and Marley, and then people would come into the business and see Scrooge and go, hey, Scrooge and Marley. Yeah, me right now, exactly. I was on fire and no one even cared. Wow. Wow. And I lauded all this wonderful praise upon the community a moment ago. Wild. All right. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. Damn, Dickens was like, dude, this guy, he looked like a friggin' shriveled old ugly dude. Double-fisted, yes, tight-fisted and double-fisted. Absolutely. Good Lord. Sky, I'm glad your viewing experience is better on the iPad. It's good to have you here. Yeah. A frosty rhyme was on his head. Also, who wanted me to actually do audiobooks? Good God, this is what you want? A frosty rhyme was on his head, and on his eyebrows, and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and in thought 1 degree at Christmas. Gonzo read it better. Yeah, well, how could I compare myself ever to perfection? Okay? External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. He did do that, though, apparently. A lot. Cheeky, hello, hi. You could read it as Doofenshmirtz if I never want to voice act again because I'll destroy my throat permanently. Do audiobooks and include the fart noises. My goodness. They came down, but Scrooge didn't. He didn't. So, nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way across the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones call nuts to Scrooge. Nuts, in quotes, nuts to Scrooge. Mystic Mojo, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Also, I don't know why my alerts are still broken. I have reset these 8 billion times.
Lesbians.
I reset these before every single stream starts with the hope that I fix them, but apparently I have not. But thank you for the 2 gifted. If you got a gifted sub, make sure you're saying thank you for that generosity. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we got like edge and came and a lot of words that definitely have more meanings now than when old Sir Dickens wrote this. Although maybe he meant to, you know? Maybe he was like, this will be timeless. So... yeah, who up edging life? Not all right. Anyway. Also, I gotta say, Muppet Christmas Carol remains the GOAT because they summarize all that in like a 5-minute sequence where Scrooge like just leaves the office and everybody like in town is just like, hey, that guy fucking sucks. Nobody talk to that guy. That guy is the worst. Everyone, we might be Muppets, but like that dude is a shithead. You know? So, he knew, Dickens knew what he was doing when he wrote this. Come as a verb has been around for quite a while, I think. You're right, like to go somewhere. Yeah, you're right, that way. So, yeah. No Jesus for us, Mises. All right, anyway. Get this, we just read several pages, and the next line is, once upon a time. You guys are starting over. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been lighted all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every... well, I mean, this word, not the slur used against my kind. I'm gonna say this word. This is a word that means like a crack. I'll read it as crack, so that way there's no misconstruing of this word. The fog came pouring in at every crack and keyhole, and was so dense without, that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. That word used to mean something not offensive. It is an old book. An old book. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. So that's the part where Kermit the Frog is like, Mr. Scrooge, sir, me and the other workers were wondering if we could have an additional coal for the fire. A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you! Cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. Bah! Said Scrooge. Humbug! He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. That when Mom does the voices. Yes. Bah humbug! Hoodie, goddamn it. Christmas? A humbug, Uncle? Said Scrooge's nephew. You don't mean that, I'm sure. I do, said Scrooge. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough. Randy, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Come, then, returned the nephew gaily. What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough. Damn, hit him. Yeah. Scrooge literally was like, poor. Poor people don't deserve to be happy. Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, bah! Again, and followed it up with humbug. Gay! Yeah. Gays, that's it? Yeah, that's you guys. Don't be cross, Uncle, said the nephew. Look at that. The art! The art of the book. The art! Oh, the uncle! The nephew saying hi to Scrooge. Ah, Uncle Scrooge. I'm gay and you're angry. Good Lord. Yeah, poor people should never laugh. It's basic etiquette of our caste system. I've accidentally combined the Disney and Muppets Christmas carols in my mind because I thought, oh yeah, Daffy Duck, his nephew. I mean, hey, crossovers could happen still. They own everything now. What else can I be? Returned the uncle. When I live in such a world of fools as this. Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older. And not an hour richer. A time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a round dozen of months presented dead against you. If I could work my will, said Scrooge indignantly, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should. Yeah, if you find joy, you clearly have money. Yeah. Wardy, welcome to the stream. Welcome, everybody. Uncle, pleaded the nephew. Nephew, returned the uncle sternly. Keep Christmas in your own way, and let me keep it in mine. That's literally they add that in Muppet Christmas Carol. They add, like, the real lines from the book. It's awesome. So. Keep it, repeated Scrooge's. Oh, wait. Keep it, repeated Scrooge's nephew. But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone, then, said Scrooge. Much good may it do you. Much good it has ever done you. All right, well, who's talking now? There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of, in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. Real. We're all just humans. So. Xander, goddammit. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good, and I say God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder you don't go into Parliament." "Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love?" growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the whole world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon!" "Love the glasses? Thank you, Silvermere. I appreciate that. Thank you." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I've made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, Uncle." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "And a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "Yeah, good day. I said good day." Yeah. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "There's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. "My clerk, with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years," Scrooge replied. "He died 7 years ago, this very night." "We have no doubt his liberality, as well represented by his surviving partner," said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. "It certainly was, for they have been 2 kindred spirits." At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time." And at this point, there's also Beaker in the background going, "Me, me, 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 me." So that's pretty good. Hey, glad to hear that you're taking care of yourself and putting some self-care in Silvermere. Wonderful, good news. Also, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a very real fireplace. It's so warm. It's so nice, you know? Yeah, liberality. Guys, this is the woke mind virus story. This is like early DEI. Yeah. Nice autism liberals. Which, it's funny because Scrooge, from a third-person distance, I think, bro, he might have the numbers autism. Anyway. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comfort, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the union workhouses?" demanded Scrooge. "Are they still in operation?" They are, still, returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not. The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then, said Scrooge. Both very busy, sir. Oh, I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course, said Scrooge. I am very glad to hear it. Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink in means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for? Nothing, Scrooge replied. You wish to be anonymous? I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there, and many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, they'd better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, Scrooge returned. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, Scrooge is 1,000% one of the Tism people. Yeah, we do unfortunately claim him. Can't accept change, and his special interest is keeping his books. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened, so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds. Dong! 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 With tremulous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some laborers were repairing the gas pipes and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands, ooh, and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing suddenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. Brookie, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Yes, we are in the reading hour of the night. Welcome. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as Lord Mayor's household should. And even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Officially your birthday, Maya. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for sharing part of your special day with us. That's very sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day and a lovely end of 2025 and wonderful start to 2026. Thank you for being here. That's awesome. Everyone, thank you for wishing a happy birthday to Maya. Foggier yet, and colder. Piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good Saint Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose gnawed and mumbled, by the hungry cold his bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound... Oh, this is the little bunny in the Muppet Christmas Carol. God bless you, merry gentlemen. May nothing you dismay. Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog. And even more congenial frost. Truly. Jace, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You want all day tomorrow, I suppose," said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work?" The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge. I love when I can recognize a line from Muppet Christmas Carol on this. Like, good lord. Buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. I was going to do like a Michael Caine impression for Scrooge during this, but I have such a shit Michael Caine impression. I'd be like, oh, yeah. It's just like, it's bad. It sounds like Nigel Thornberry. It's Tim Curry doing Nigel Thornberry, which would also be a funny Scrooge. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of it being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town, as hard as he could pelt, to play at Blind Man's Bluff. Love how loyal Muppets were to the actual source material. They really did a good job. Yeah, Tim Curry is great, truly. Yeah. We can tell. Wow. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy... I love the part with the doorknob. Whoa! It's really fun. Becca just said autism. How dare you use that word here? All right? I guess it really does speak. They were a gloomy suite of rooms in a lowering pile of building upon a yard where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and have forgotten the way out again. Actually, honestly, Charles Dickens it has such a fun, playful way with writing and words. So, think I should do a Beetlejuice Michael Keaton voice for Scrooge? Hey, I'm Scrooge. Where'd you go? No. It's not gonna happen. It was old enough now and dreary enough for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark, and even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Yeah, who needs vocal cords? Exactly. Also, chat, has audio been good tonight? Audio's all right for you? So, Beetlejuice. Yeah, now that I say it. Joyce from Stranger Things, who Winona Ryder was in Beetlejuice voice, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Boom. Audio is good? Okay, excellent. Wonderful to hear. Excellent. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It's also a fact that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, alderman, and livery. Livery. One of those. Haha, large knockers. Yeah. Congrats on the transition, Scrooge. What's a good, like, Ebenezer Scrooge to, what's a better chosen name? Ebby? Ebby would be cute, right? Good for her. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 77 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker without its undergoing any intermediate process of change. Not a knocker, but Marley's face. Ooh, oh, scary. We got ghosts, guys. This is very scary. Scrooge Big Naturals, yeah. Ebony Scrooge. There we go. I could maybe Eliza Scrooge. I like that. Every time I hear Scrooge is splooge, so that's all I can think about. Well, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And God bless us, everyone. Sorry, spoilers. Marley's face. It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it. Like a bad lobster. Like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. Oh, God, that bad lobster is going to get me. Oh! It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. Oh! The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath of hot air. And though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid color, made it horrible. But its horror seemed to be in spite of the face, and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon. It was a knocker again. Yeah, send in the dancing lobsters. Yeah. Ebony Splooge is his drag name. Oh, God. Also, my glasses. Omiwa mo shindaru. You are already dead, chat. Is that cool? You think that attack had any effect on me? Think again, chat. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. Yes. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh! Pooh!" and closed it with a bang. Bro said poop, by the way. So, I don't know if this gives you gender confirmation or middle-age confirmation, but you looked so much like my mother when you pushed your glasses to your forehead at a double take. You're grounded. Go to your room and give me your allowance. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. Yeah, taking your allowance from you. Yeah, these knockers have nuts on them. Well, you know, it's like not impossible. Yeah, the story's spicy. Guys, you know, there's the rule of, like, the smut happens 2/3 of the way through the book. We got it right off the bat. Isn't that wild? You know? Give me your allowance. Listen, if I'm being called mom tonight, I get to be mom. I'm making the mommy rules. Little Chaos, welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome. So, I have to get a drink, by the way. How's your mulled cider, chat? How's your spiced rum tonight? I hope your eggnog is fresh and delicious. Yes. So, does that mean we have to tip and gift subs? No, you never have to do anything. There you have it. So, I bet there's heathenist fanfic written about this. Oh, I bet. I guarantee. Like Ebenezer x Bob Cratchit x Reader. That shit's got to go way back, right? So
I gotta pay up, I guess.
that's not what you're supposed to do. Thank you. I said give up your allowances and like you don't get it. Not give me your money. Thank you for the $1 is what I mean to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mods, go easy on me. It's the last stream of 2025. I'm allowed to say I don't need things, okay? All right? Yeah. Miserable because his boyfriend died on Christmas Eve. Yeah, yeah, he doesn't get what Hoodie just wrote in the chat there anymore. Just had cheese sticks and a pineapple quencher from Jollibee. That sounds so good. Scrooge X all the Christmas ghost. At the same time. You can find some deranged fan letters from readers of the 19th century. Oh, I bet. I bet. God, those horses are the worst. Thank you for the Christmas horses, Maddie. Yeah, the loose change works. Thank you. Glittergoth, hello, hi. Thanks for bonking me. Anyway. Guys, this is the scary part. There's ghosts and stuff, okay? This is scary, all right? This is really scary. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and 6 up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young act of parliament. But I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades and done it easy. Sure, that's a description of something. There was plenty of width for that and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. And his drip, baby. Let's go. Nothing is scarier than 2025, that's true. Yeah, always watching. Yeah, that's what the mods do. They do be watching. Some of us are into ghosts. This is more spicy than scary. Well, it's like the scared spice, right? Where it's like, oh, man, he's, you know, when you get, like, so scared, you feel other emotions. So, yeah. And his Up, Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual. Old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. Ah, like me, I'm by the fire, yes. Watch this, guys. This is a cool trick that I learned. You see that? I was blowing fire. Wasn't that neat? That was pretty cool, right? I just taught myself that right before stream. I didn't know if I was going to learn before stream started, and I got there, you know? Yeah, that sassy dressing gown. Oh, my God. Nobody in his dressing gown is wild comms. I mean, sometimes you might want a little bit of a booty call, right? So, you know, you were blowing fire. Whose fire? I went to college. It was a very low fire indeed. Nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illuminate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending from the air on clouds like feather beds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts, and yet that face of Marley 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. Yeah, so the writing... yeah, not the gerb hole. You can't use gerb hole as a replacement for hole. I've told you that. You're not. That was the caveat. Is the contract we signed for its usage here. Humbug, said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns, he sat down again, and he threw his head back in the chair. His glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that as he looked, he saw this bell began to swing. That would be creepy. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. In the house. It's out of batteries, but I was going to use this. Go. This is the bell. Not. But it's out of batteries. This might have lasted half. Guys, I have props. I do. All right. This might have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. A ghost, perhaps. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." That was the ghost. His color changed, though. Then, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost," and fell again. The same face, the very same Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling, like his pigtail and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. Damn, he was dressed a little cunty fit. Hi, I'm Marley. This is my dragsona. Ghostly Marley. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Yeah, little tassels. Oh my gosh. Good Lord. Scrooge, no, this is Marley serving. Scrooge is simply observing and being like, "Oh my God, babe, the fit. Death does become you." Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels. But he had never believed it until now. Bro never pooped ever. Bro just, man, he ate, and then the food just, he absorbed it, and it took a really long time, and it was like a really inefficient thing, but like he didn't ever have to poop, and that's kind of cool. Right? He wasn't a pooping guy. So, yeah, everybody poops except Marley. Oh my God, Becca. Yeah, no wonder why he's so mad. He's constipated. Yeah. Oh my God. No, nor did he believe it even now. Though he looked the phantom through and through, and he saw it standing before him, he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" Ask me who I was. Who were you then, you pedantic fuck? Said Scrooge, raising his voice. Sorry, I just had to get a little creative and funny there. It's like when a teacher's like, I don't know, can you go to the bathroom? Can you? May I please go to the bathroom? You know? Hoodie, I didn't say you were right or wrong about that comment, but also, you know. You're particular for a shade. He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. Can you sit down? Asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. I can. Do it then. Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace as if he were quite used to it. Why would a ghost not know how to sit in a chair? It's not, the chairs existed when Marley was alive. Good Lord. My 8th grade English teacher used to say, mumble, mumble what? If we didn't speak clearly enough, fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy. You don't believe in me, observed the ghost. I don't, said Scrooge. What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your own senses? Me as a skeptic with all ghosts. I don't know, said Scrooge. Why do you doubt your senses? Because, said Scrooge, a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than grave about you, whatever you are. That's also from the Muppets. I love that. So, Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the specter's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed, glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the specter's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of his own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven. From the Muppets, like it doesn't predate the Muppets by 150 years. That's not true. Can you please not spread misinformation in the chat, or disinformation if that's very intentional of you? The Muppets have been around. We have, like, if you watch the Muppets, I don't know if you ever watched the Muppet Babies, but the Muppet Babies used magic portals in their closet doors to go to, like, ancient Egypt and stuff, which really predates this stuff. So please check your facts before you write anything in chat. Thank you. You see this toothpick, said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. I do, replied the ghost. You're not looking at it, said Scrooge. But I see it, said the ghost, notwithstanding. Just said, bro, I see everything. I'm a ghost, okay? I've never heard of the Muppet Babies. They, what now? They're eternal, and you should look them up, and they're great. There you go. Well, returned Scrooge, I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug. At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry. Ooh! And shook its chain. Wait. It raised a frightful cry. It raised a frightful cry. There we go. And shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round his head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Blah. It was? Yeah. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy," he said. "Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me so?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" Oh, we got another picture. We got. It won't let me open it, so you just have to imagine it yourself. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh, can I please show everybody this really well done sketch drawing that you can absolutely see everything from 1905. It's really great on the screen. There you go. You thought I made that noise? You were looking up Muppet Babies. What if I told you I did make that noise? What if I told you that was me? So, like, are you going to discount my talent? Because that's kind of rude. "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world." Doomed Scrooge! Sorry, well, Marley and Marley. Woo! Brian Attrue voice original automaton sound font. Yeah, so, people selling their voices to, like, the AI voice on TikTok, it's not that weird. I sold that's my voice in the automaton. I sold it to automaton back when they were making this. Yeah, little known Girbeagly fact. Goose, I'm glad to see you're on the right side of history now. Not spreading misinformation anymore. Thank you. "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me! And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are feathered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Oh, this is helping the brain. Thank you. You're welcome. I knew that this was going to be a very, very honest and very accurate reading and interpretation of this story." "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly. "Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our count house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." Excuse me. Mins, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Good to see you here. Happy last stream of the year. It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow?" the ghost repeated. 7 years dead?" mused Scrooge. "Traveling all the time?" "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse. You travel fast, said Scrooge. On the wings of the wind, replied the ghost. You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years, said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry. And clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. Anime Fangirl, welcome to the stream. Reading Christmas Carol. Yes, that is what we're doing. I got sucked into a very good book these last few days and resurfaced Dazed and Sweaty. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. He yelled in lowercase. He did. He wanted to change it up. That's what voice actors do. It's like different interpretations and stuff. So, appreciate the sound effects so much. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, captive bound and double ironed, cried the phantom, not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed, not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness, not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunities misused. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I. But you were always a good man of business, faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. Business? Cried the ghost, wringing his hands again. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business. It held up its chain at arm's length, as if there were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. This time of the rolling year, the spectre said, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings when my eyes turned down and never raised them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode, where there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me? Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. Hear me, cried the ghost. My time is nearly gone. I will, said Scrooge, but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob. Pray. How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see? I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day. I was very envious of the fact that you could poop, as was mentioned earlier in the story. I had no bowels, but I watched you poop, Scrooge. I watched you poop. Very glad the word pockets fall put his hand in his breeches. Ah. He was like, Marley, for old time's sake, let's crank one out together as the boys. The crackling fire makes me eepy. Oh, yes, it's warm and beautiful. If you have a nice cup of hot cocoa to warm yourself by the fire, alongside the fire, that's quite nice tonight. Quite, yes. Yes. So, I watched you poop. It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. That is no light part of my penance, pursued the ghost. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer. You are always a good friend to me, said Scrooge. Thank ye. You will be haunted, resumed the ghost, by 3 spirits. Best I can do is spike the eggnog. I mean, excellent choice. Yeah, crank and hog with the ghost bros, as happens. Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob? He demanded in a faltering voice. It is. I think I'd rather not, said Scrooge. Without their visits, said the ghost, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls one. We're Marley and Marley. Ooh. Oh, Jacob, Marley. Couldn't I take 'em all at once and have it over, Jacob? Hinted Scrooge. Scrooge wants to take all three ghosts at once. Nice. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you'll remember what has passed between us. We're Marley and Marley. Ooh. When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandit. He ventured to raise his eyes again and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. Guys, this is a great read. I've never read this aloud before. This is awesome to read together, honestly. You know? The apparition. The 12th stroke? Thrust game weak. Yeah. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach. Wait, hold up. Which he did. Yeah, I thought I skipped a page. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand, he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak dark night. Ooh! Scrooge followed to the window. Desperate in his curiosity, he looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant whom it saw below on a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters and had lost the power forever. Cam, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 60 stream streak. Thank you. Yeah, have a happy New Year's Eve as well. It is technically New Year's Eve, so happy New Year's Eve. We are making it through 2025, everyone. Last stream of 2025 here. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience while I read this. 2026, we're all going to kick ass. I'm very proud of everybody. I just remembered I have hot chocolate mix and peppermint schnapps in my kitchen. That is an amazing, amazing combo, Cheeky. Enjoy that. That sounds so good. My goodness. Whether these creatures faded into mist or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, and as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, "Humbug!" but stopped at the first syllable, and being from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing and fell asleep upon the instant. Stave 2. Here we go. These are the vibes I need before a whole store inventory at work tomorrow. I'm glad I can provide them. I really am. The first of the 3 spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church bell the 4 quarters. So he listened for struck the 4 quarters. So he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bowl went on from 6 to 7, from 7 to 8, 6, 7, 6, 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12! It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got in the works. 12! He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12 and stopped. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to run the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was, oh, dude, making out? Heck yeah. Was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, and there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off nice bright day and had taken possession, lucky bright day, and had taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of this first of exchange paid to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge, or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Man, he just kind of yaps and says things, you know? Like, he just be saying some words every now and then. Like, he just be saying things, truly. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought it over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was. And the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again like a strong spring released to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Oh my gosh. Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3/4 more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. Oh my God. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong! Wait. There we go. There we go. Old men who live alone do just be talking to themselves. That's true. Yeah, Chucky D be yapping. Absolutely. He do be. He be making so much noise right now. You do drag? No, somebody. I don't, actually, surprisingly. I'm gender fluid, so sometimes I just be like that. That's the way it is. But welcome. Welcome on in. It's good to see you here. 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding dong.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Mommy? Sorry.
Wait.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
up the scale
Mommy?
instead.
Sorry.
1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding dong. I can't do that every time. Ding dong. 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding dong. The hour itself, said Scrooge, triumphantly. And nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed upon... It's written in all caps, by the way. 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand. Not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them as close to it as I am now to you, chat. He says chat in here as well. Yeah. Haha, 1. Yeah, I'm 1 year old. I'm 4 years old. You are the youngest person ever. And I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man. Viewed through... honestly, Muppet Christmas Carol does a really good job of the portrayal of this ghost, and it looks creepy as fuck. It actually creeps me out probably more than the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. Like, the Ghost of Christmas Past looks creepy as hell in Muppet Christmas Carol. I'll say it. All right. viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white, as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were like those upper members bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown on its head there sprung a bright clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Yeah, that ghost is scary. Yeah. Aware of, Muppet Christmas Carol Ghost of Christmas Past. So scary. So, you think Brie likes the Muppets Christmas story? It's okay. Yeah. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality. For as its belt sparkled and glittered, now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs, without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again distinct and clear as ever. Guys, do you think that it does that to its, wiener? Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me? Asked Scrooge. I am. Yeah, no head? The ghost was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if, instead of being so close beside him, it were at a distance. Who and what are you? Scrooge demanded. I am the ghost of Christmas past. Smash! Oh my god. Long past? Inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish stature. No, your past. Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. What? Exclaimed the ghost. Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give you? Is it not enough that you are of one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow? Nice, right? Oh my god. I'm the ghost of Christmas ass, dude. Can you imagine? Yeah, if you had the ability to make, multiple, parts of your body. I just make my ass way bigger. Be, really, huge, just, dumpy. Would be the first move I'd make. Wardy, get some good sleep. Take care. Happy New Year to you. See you in the new year. Thanks so much for dropping by. Thanks for your support this year. Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend or any knowledge of having willfully bonneted the spirit at any point of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. Your welfare, said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him, thinking, for it said immediately, Your reclamation, then. Take heed. It put out its strong hand. That one, the relative of strong bad. Reject supernatural intervention, embrace modern medicine. Truly, Scrooge just transition. The closet is glass, bro, okay? As it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. Rise and walk with me. It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm, and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at that time. The grasp, 6 feet, bro. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the light, clasped its robe in supplication. I am a mortal, Scrooge remonstrated, liable to fall. Bear but a touch of my hand, there. said the spirit, laying it upon his heart. "And you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished from it, for it was a clear, cold winter day with the snow upon the ground. "Good heaven!" said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about it. I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. It was... Guys, everyone, he went to college. It's not that weird, okay? It's like when you're supposed to be experimental, all right? He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares, long, long forgotten. Ah, God. Yeah, he was bread. Yeah, like the food, like bread. Yeah, exactly. He turned. It's like a magic spell. It was a loaf of bread, and then he became a man, a person. That's, glasses. Yo, Shira. Hello, hi, welcome on in. Hello, welcome to the Girbeagly reading hour for the last stream of 2025 here. A very high class reading society, and I'm reading Sir Charles Calkins, A Christmas Carol. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000... Oh, wait, I read that part. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice, that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. Excuse me. "You recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. Guys, it's okay and impersonate Merm for you. You know what else can be bread? It was pretty spot on. It was pretty spot on. Maj, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome on in. "Remember it?" cried Scrooge with fervor. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, till a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them, with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts, driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits, and shouted to each other upon the broad fields, until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travelers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why could his cold eye glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways for their several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Just like me, for real? Friendless? Wow. Friendless child? Yeah, Christmas Carell, not to be confused with Steve. Yeah. Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. He left the high road by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, and with one of the broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state within, for, entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them. Yeah, they mounted a rooster. Yeah, isn't that wild? Yeah, little weather rooster. Yeah, exactly. Poorly furnished, cold and vast. There was an earthly savor in the air, a chilly bareness in the place which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor, forgotten self as he had used to be. Yeah. Tell me a cock weathered this vein? Oh, yeah. That's the dream, am I right? Let's go, gamers. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the paneling. Not a drip from, drip, dude, from the half-thawed water spout in the dull yard behind. Not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar. Not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door. No, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with softening influence and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle, an ass laden with wood. I did not know this was his name in the original story, because in the Muppet Christmas Carol, the headmaster, Sam the Eagle's character, headmaster, it is the American way. Oh, it is the British way. You know, that's what happens. In this, why, it's Ali Baba. It's Ali Baba. Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. It's dear old honest Ali Baba. Yes, yes, I know. One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy and Valentine, said Scrooge, and his wild brother Orson. There they go. And what's his name? Who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus. Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genie. There he is upon his head. Serve him right. Glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess? Yeah, he did what? Great Uncle Timu. Yeah. Like, what? What's happening here? Oh, good Lord. To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed. There's the parrot, cried Scrooge. Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is. Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe, where have you been? Oh, is he reading the book? He's talking about the characters in the books, I think. The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running for his life to the little creek. Halloa! Hoop! Halloo! Then with rapidity of transition, let's go, rapid transition, very foreign to his usual character, he said in pity for his former self, poor boy, and cried again. Oh yeah, chat, you got Coco over in Food Talk on the Discord, apparently. Enjoy it. It's probably quite delicious, I'll say. It's probably the best. Yeah, trans rights is what he said. I wish, Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him, after drying his eyes with his cuff. But it's too late now. What is the matter? Asked the spirit. Nothing, said Scrooge. Nothing. There's a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all. The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, let us see another Christmas. Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk and windows cracked. Fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, and there he was alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. Yeah, it's too late now. No, Scrooge, it's never too late to transition. Exactly. Exactly. I saw the TV glow before it even happened, you know? He's seeing that TV glow before they were even invented. Wild. Closet is glass. Trans Ebenezer Scrooge would go hard. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in and putting her arms about his neck and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear, dear brother. "I've come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home, home, home." "Home, little Fan," returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home for good and all, home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you, and you to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long and have the merriest time in all the world." "You are quite a woman, little Fan," exclaimed the boy. She clasped her hands and laughed and tried to touch his head, but, being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him, in her childish eagerness, towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. Yeah, estrogenic Scrooge, exactly. There are times I think before speaking, and this is not one of those times. Wait, Ebenezer Scrooge, big natural? Yeah, listen, we've said that several times this stream. Let's keep that theme going. Heck yeah, absolutely. So, a terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there." And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, there we go, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlor that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of these dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meager servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster goodbye right willingly, and getting into it drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoar-frost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. "Always a delicate creature whom a breath might have withered," said the ghost, "but she had a large heart." Yep, gay. Let's go. It's the best way to get around is gaily. Jules, please have a wonderful rest of your night. Happy end to 2025. Happy New Year. See you in 2026. Very, very appreciative of all the support you've given this community. Thank you for supporting what I do. Heck yeah. We made it through, everyone. We did it. 2025. It tried to have hands. It did. But we withstood it. We withstood it better than Jake Paul withstanding a right hook to the face. We did it.
"So she had," cried Scrooge. "You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid."
"She died a woman," said the ghost, "and had, as I think, children."
"One child," Scrooge returned.
"True," said the ghost. "Your nephew." Yeah, I know that's right. Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind and answered briefly, "Yes." Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
"Know it?" said Scrooge. "Was I apprenticed here?"
They went in at sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller, he might have knocked his head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement,
Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart. It's Fezziwig alive again!
Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice,
Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!
Yeah, that's what I say after I say hi to my friends, too. Hey, Ethan! Penis! Amazing. Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
Dick Wilkins, to be sure,
said Scrooge the ghost.
Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear. Yo-ho, my boys, said Fezziwig. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer.
Dude, Christmas Eve Dick, it's unbeatable. Absolutely. Yeah, when you laugh all over yourself, oh man, such a mess when that happens.
Let's have the shutters up,
cried old Fezziwig with a sharp clap of his hands,
before a man can say Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had them up in their places. 4, 5, 6, barred them. Oh man, they didn't do 6, 7. Barred them and pinned them. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses. How they...
Hilly-ho, cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick. Cheer up, Ebenezer.
Clear away. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it was dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. What does that mean? Yeah, we did 6, 7 counting last night. It's true, it's true. You did all right, I guess. Alessa, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Christmas Eve Dick followed by panting. Okay. Alessa, I hope you're having a good end of 2025. Welcome to a reading of A Christmas Carol. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody who's been able to make it here tonight. It's good to have you here, truly. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers, whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid, with her cousin the baker. In came the cook, with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. Oh, particular friend. Oh, I see. They were friends. The milkman and the cook's brother, right. In came the boy from over the way who was suspected of not having board enough for his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door, but one who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came. Anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place. New top couple starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. I hate this chat because I can't read this with these words, with this vernacular from this time period without knowing exactly what chat's going to do. Yeah, that. That. Yeah, the tops weren't even... There's no bottoms to help the tops. Yeah, Christmas orgy. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But, scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand new man, resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. Bottom shortage, and on Christmas, no less. I know. Gosh darn it. Oh, good lord. Yeah, they're both tops in the relationship. Yeah, it's the meme of the two people. It's like they turned around and they realized they were both tops. I bet the fiddler was hot indeed. Oh my god. Yeah, Hoodie, you're having a good time with this story. I can tell. Yeah, heated rivalry what? Heated rivalry what? Like, we have... This is our 18th century, or our 19th century smut. We got it going. We already got this, you know? There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies, and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig, top couple too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out of them. 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, and people who would dance and had no notion of walking. Wow, just a whole spread of different people from different lifestyles and stuff, you know? Yeah, we have heated rivalry at home, exactly. Warmed competition, exactly. That's what we got going on. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would become of them next. When old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and came upon his feet again without a stagger. I'm gonna make a mess, dude. There's towels for that. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person, individually, as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 apprentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self, he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude."
"Small!"
echoed Scrooge. The spirit signaled to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said,
"Why, it is not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money."
Wait, this is the ghost, sorry. Yeah, the feet, yeah. Never heard of the positions before. Interesting. Good God.
"Why, it is not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?"
"It isn't that,"
said Scrooge, heated by the remark and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self.
"It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, and things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count him up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune."
He felt the spirit's glance and stopped.
"What is the matter?" asked the ghost.
Nothing particular, said Scrooge.
Something, I think, said the ghost insisted.
No, said Scrooge. No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all.
His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. My time grows short, observed the spirit. Quick! This was not addressed to Scrooge or to any one whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. Well,
it matters little, she said softly. To you, very little. Another idol has displaced mine, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve.
What idol has displaced you? He rejoined.
A golden one.
This is the even-handed dealing of the world, he said. There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth.
You fear the world too much, she answered gently. All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I've seen your nobler aspirations fall off, one by one.
Damn, she said you fell off. You got greedy and you only wanted money, dude.
The master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?
What then? He retorted. Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you. She shook her head. Am I?
Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so. Upon, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man.
I was a boy, he said impatiently.
Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are, she returned. I am that which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery, now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it and can release you.
Damn the breakup. When love was gone, when love was gone. Yeah, it's from the Muppets. You gotta watch it, all right? So, yeah, she said, you got mid, where's your whimsy? Have I ever sought release?
In words, no, never.
In what then?
In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end. In everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him. Tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? No.
He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself. But he said, with a struggle, You think not?
I would gladly think otherwise if I could, she answered. Heaven knows, when I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain? Or, choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow?
Yo, what's up, Logo? Welcome.
I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were.
You're in the middle of a breakup, but welcome on in, Loga. It's the saddest part of the story. It's really sad, dude. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed. She said, I gotta get this out. I gotta yap, all right? By the way, how many people, is this your first experience with the Christmas Carol? Like anybody in chat? No shame in that. Is this an interesting story? This is a story that every billionaire needs to be visited by the ghosts of Christmas, past, present, and future. Like, that is something. Me? Okay, fair. That is fair. Those from other faiths, those from more rigid upbringings, you know? Yeah, honestly, Sky, I've never read the original all the way through. Actual text, yeah, okay. Original, yes. Mom loves Scrooged, though. Scrooged is a wild movie, right? I've never read it, but I've seen a few movie adaptations. Yeah, same. Sorry to be that person, but this is not the saddest part of the story. That's true. That is actually true. The whole original thing, yeah? Okay, okay.
You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this.
She's like, dude, I hope you experience heartbreak. You know, I hope you do. So, yeah, it's like the themes are like, everyone knows the themes, right? Everyone knows the interpretations and the adaptations, but the actual OG text like this is kind of wild. Also, man, we spoke clunky back in the day, I gotta say. I've never read it, but I've had it read to me. Also, a handful of adaptations got it. Yeah, no spoilers, nigh. The book is only like 120 years old. What are you doing? Come on. Good lord. A big eepy after a rough day at work, so I'll be lurking. Logan, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. Again, you're getting a free audio book, so kick back, enjoy it. Enjoy the crackling fireplace that I lit here in the office. I worked hard to gather these logs in the blizzard that's going on outside right now. And, you know, it's good, cozy vibes. Get into some nice warm clothing. I'm all cozy and comfortable right now as I read for the Girbeagly Reading Association here. Reading Society. Get yourself a nice beverage. Some people are drinking like hot chocolate with Baileys and eggnog with rum or whatever the heck y'all are doing. Enjoy your drinks, truly. But she was like, damn, I hope you feel pain from this breakup, you little doo-doo head. Damn. Logan did miss the bottom shortage in the story, yes.
A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream.
Damn, she hit him with unprofitable as the language.
From which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen.
She left him, and they parted.
Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me?
Yeah, several attempts at Ebenezer Scrooge Force Femme. As is the way.
One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost.
No more, cried Scrooge. No more. I don't wish to see it. Show me no more.
But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene in place, a room not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last time that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge, in his agitated state of mind, could count. And unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, there were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much. Ha 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 ha. And the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them, though I never could have been so rude? No, no, I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off. God bless my soul, to save my life. Man, Dickens really, like, breaks the fourth wall and just, like, talks about, like, himself a lot in his own writing. It's kind of wild. Infecting Scrooge with woke. This is, again, early DEI woke mind virus story, so enjoy it. This is how you become class conscious and want the ruling class to redistribute its wealth. Socialism 101 in here, okay? So, Anime Fangirl, thank you for the 7-stream streak. Yes, we're drawing close to the end of the year. Drew Bryan in an anime style, put it in the Discord because I love her glasses. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you, thank you. I can't wait to see.
as to measuring her waist in sport as they did bold young brood. I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment and never come straight again. And yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips. To have questioned her, that she might have opened them. To have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes and never raised a blush. To have let loose... Dude, you invented these characters. You're talking about a fake woman. You invented this woman. You're like, damn, I wish I could have, like, freaking gotten busy with this girl. Let me describe her. I invented her, by the way. My OC, do not steal. You know? Illustrate. To have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. It's like, bro, yeah. It's like, guys, my girlfriend, she's like so hot. She's got like the biggest boobs, and she lets me like touch them all the time. And she's like hot, dude. Like she's got nice hair and like really pretty eyes and stuff. And she like really likes me a lot, and she thinks I'm like really cute and hot. Okay, and but she goes to school in Canada, so like you're not gonna know her. All right, thanks. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face, and plundered dress, was borne towards it in the center of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home, attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenseless porter, the scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, to spoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, and hug him round the neck, pummel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received. The terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm, the joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they are all indescribable alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed and so subsided. Yeah, sounds like making OCs. So yeah, my partner's so cool and attractive. They also they're really real, like the most real partner you've ever heard about. Hoodie might know. That's true. Canadians, don't check your school registry, please. You won't know her. She's too cool. She's like way cooler than you. She's like she like sits at the popular lunch table, okay? So don't even try to look her up, all right? Now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside. And when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed.
Belle,
said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile.
I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon.
Who was it?
Guess.
How can I? Tut, don't I know?
She added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed.
Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Spirit,
said Scrooge in a broken voice,
remove me from this place.
I told you, these were shadows of the things that have been, said the ghost. That they are what they are. Do not blame me.
Yeah, you can't change the past, Scrooge.
Remove me,
Scrooge exclaimed.
I cannot bear it.
He turned upon the ghost, seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which in some strange way there were fragments of all the faces that it had shown him, wrestled with it.
Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no more!
In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright and dimly connecting that with its influence over him. He seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. He finally covered the spirit's face with the cap, I guess. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed... He did like a Looney Tunes and pulled it all the way down over the ghost. Amazing. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze in which his hand relaxed and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Stave 3. Oh my god. The second of the 3 spirits. Awaking in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore. And sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time, for the especial purpose of holding a conference with a second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new specter would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, lying down again established a sharp lookout all round the bed, for he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. He's like, I don't want to be jump scared, I don't do well with horror movies. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything but pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, where lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1, and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon him when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. Bro thought he exploded. Bro thought that he lit on fire magically. He literally thought he exploded. That's incredible, actually. Great job, him, I suppose. That's wild. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. Exploded from constipation. Well, wasn't he has a butthole and bowels. It was Jacob Marley that did not have bowels. Jacob Marley was the one who didn't have bowels. So, those of you who are into that, you know what? I'm gonna call a member of our chat out. Merm, you've been surprisingly quiet with a lot of the language that's been used in this book so far. Just going to say that. Hoodie, thank you for doing double duty, though. You're doing great. It was his own room. There was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked like a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. A double duty. Yeah, is it Merm awake? Yeah, Merm might have fallen asleep. This is way past Merm's bedtime, actually. Yeah, that is actually very true. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth that never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12th cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door. I like that the spirits each have light that come out of a different thing. That is actually kind of a cool touch. So, yeah, who up sucking they pigs? Exactly. Don't answer that. Yeah, Merm would be going feral if she was awake. Truly, yeah. Some of you are really, you're really, really carrying the weight here. The burden of what this chat normally does become.
Come in, exclaimed the ghost. Come in and know me better, man.
Sorry, I have to do the voice from... Come on, Muppet Christmas Carol. It's the best one. Go watch it. Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. It was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
I am the ghost of Christmas present, said the spirit. Look upon me.
Yeah, the Mermden, if you would. Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple deep green robe or mantle bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare. Oh my God, bare breast. Let's go. Breast. Let's go. Heck yeah. We got to see titty in this? It's great. I love that. It's very good. Ellie Daniele, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it was a little bit of the Apple Jacks cinnamon, yeah, in there as well. But that's kind of what he sounds like in the movie. His capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Also, I gotta say, the interpretation in the Muppet Christmas Carol of the Ghost of Christmas Present looking kind of like Santa. Pretty cool, in my opinion. So, yeah, Ghost Tibby, let's go. Yeah. Ghost of Christmas titties, yet to come. of current present day titties. Yeah, I'm not a little absent-minded, I'm a large absent-minded fellow. Yeah, I love that. So good. Yep, there, breasts, let's go. His feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare. Oh my God, dude, he's gonna have a wiki feet. Gotta be careful around Quentin Tarantino. And on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust.
You have never seen the like of me before, exclaimed the spirit. Never,
Scrooge made answer to it.
Have never walked forth with the youngest members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years,
pursued the phantom.
I don't think I have, said Scrooge. I am afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit? More than 1,800, said the
God, this is an old-ass book, dude. We've had like over 2,000 now, bro. Crazy. Morgan is here. Hi, Morgan. Everyone say hi, Morgan. Everyone say Happy New Year, Morgan. We're going to have a better 2026. It's kind of impossible to have a worse year, honestly, after the 2025 we have. You going to show off your dress? Well, you can't. Yeah. You can? Oh, my God. Be careful. TOS. Amazing. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. There we go.
2026, I get to wear this.
You get to wear a 2026 beautiful formal dress. Somewhere. Yay. Maybe I'll get a matching one. Who knows?
Yeah, if you could find them.
Oh, I mean, probably not that one specifically, but one that like matches it would be cute. Yeah, like a Betsy Johnson inspired. Be kind of cute. Yeah. It won't be the same. It won't be the same. All right.
A tremendous family to provide for,
muttered Scrooge. The Ghost of Christmas Present rose. Spirit, said Scrooge, submissively. Fronting as a aggressive mask-presenting top, and like Dom, to being force-femmed into being a submissive trans femme. The book's really, I mean, it's a cliche. Pretty good. He was already bred earlier. It's true. Jesus. That's actually in the book. Yeah. Scrooge is the bottom. Yeah, Scrooge was the bottom that all the top couples couldn't find. What the hell? He was at the party. Morgan says bye, by the way.
Happy New Year, chat.
Yeah, you like my bunny ears? They grew a little bit. Bunny girl cosplay in 2026. That'd be fun. Love you. Love you. Yeah,
Spirit, said Scrooge submissively, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe!
Love the cinnamon roll shirt too. Yeah, cinnamon roll is one of our favorites. So cute. So cute.
Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast.
Good girl, Scrooge.
Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat pigs,
Sausages. I guess they're going to just say all the things that they already mentioned.
oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets as I burped on Christmas morning, pardon me, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down into the road below and splitting into artificial little snowstorms.
It's the singing of a street corner choir. That's this part right now. Wherever you find love, it feels like Christmas.
The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been plowed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times, where the great streets branched off and made intricate channels hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. Oh, God, someone be peeing. The sky was gloomy. Don't eat the yellow snow. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with dingy mist, half-thawed, half-frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of city atoms as if the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire and were blazing away to their dear heart's content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet there was an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. Truly. Yellow mud, and poop. Pee and poop. Exactly. Shit from a butt. 4. The people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant. Chat, that's you, your fruiterers, were radiant in their glory. There were great round pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. You can't write those two words next to each other for people with dyslexia. That was impossible, dude. Oh my God. All the yellow snow is saved for make a yellow snowball. He's in his winter coat. He's ready for the snowball fight. God damn it. That's a worst ongoing thing in this community. I'll say it. It's a worst thing. Unbelievable. Apple cat gun. Yeah, here comes chat. Apple cat gun. There were ruddy brown-faced, broad-girth Spanish onions shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars. Well, no wonder why the Muppets adapted this. They're describing all the food and the vegetables like they're people. There's like the talking puppet food in the Muppets Christmas Carol. Never realized the Christmas Carol was so scatological. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Yeah. Winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by. Ladies in chat,
If a Spanish onion winked at you, would that do it for you? And glanced demurely at the hang-up mistletoe. There were would you kiss a Spanish onion? You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't kiss a Spanish onion. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods, pleasant shufflings ankle deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squab and swarthy, setting off the yellows of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner, the very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionless excitement. Again, the Muppet Christmas Carol really adapts a lot of these things. The fishmongers in this scene. He's like, and throws the fish in the stuff. You know, it's very, man, it's a good adaptation of this. So, I'm too sick to understand why a Spanish onion's sitting on me, but it's pleasant to listen to anyway. Charles Dickens wanted, those of you who need a beau around the holiday time to, have someone. Spanish onions are no worse than the rest of us, God damn it. Chat, you're amazing. By the way, chat, do I wear these glasses more? Do they look okay? When Morgan first got them for me, I didn't think they suited me. But did these fit my face? Did these frame my face okay? They look nice? I don't know. I think I want to wear more cardigans too. I do look kind of distinct and cozy. It's nice. The glasses are great. Okay. They absolutely suit you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Here we go. The grocers. Oh, the grocers, nearly closed with perhaps 2 shutters down or 1, but through those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress, but the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humor possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own worn outside for general inspection and for Christmas daws to peck at, if they choose. Holy run-on sentence. This is why I don't do audiobooks. Why, as a voice actor, I do not record audiobooks. So, passages that you can tell were written hungry and horny. Yeah, it's like, hangry, that's hangry. It's like you get hangry, you get hungry, angry, but have you ever been horngry? Dude, being horngry is way worse. Where you're like, I need food. Or, oh, God, I need something. When you read it like that, yeah, it's spicing up the holidays, Is this a Pinterest recipe? I remember fond days in the countryside with Grandma. Begin by taking the Hot Pockets out of the wrappers. Yeah, horngry, yeah, all the time, yeah. You understand what I mean. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes. With their gayest faces in church? Let's go, progressive churches. And at the same time, there emerged from sources of by streets, lanes, and nameless turnings, innumerable people carrying their dinners to the baker's shops. The sight of these poor revelers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in Baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. Sounds like he's he's drugging people. Ghost of Christmas Present is drugging everybody. Yeah, nothing like a foodgasm. Exactly. You ever take a bite of food because you're so hungry that you just go, oh, like unnecessarily, accidentally, like, oh, that first bite. You know, I'll have what she's having kind of vibe. I'm going back to Lurk because Eepy. Enjoy your Lurk, Tiny. Thank you so much for being here. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for vibing. Yeah, dear Santa, next Christmas I want some punctuation in Charles Dickens' writing. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humor was restored directly. So he drugged them to be happy and holly jolly around the holidays. I get that. You get being hungry though, yeah. So, for they said, it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time, the bells ceased, and it's so wild how this book is also written. In time, the bells ceased, because it's like, back when authors were like, I, the author, am speaking to you, the reader. And now it's just like the two hockey players explored each other's bodies. And the author doesn't even check in and go like, did you like that passage? Did you like the words I used for the hockey players exploring each other's bodies? Was that nice? But back then, you'd get like a little bit of like bedside service there. You're like, hey, did that do it for you? I'm Charles Dickens, by the way. I'm a little bit of a freaky freak, you know? So, in time, the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up. And yet, there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and the progress of the cooking, and the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too.
Is there a particular flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?
Asked Scrooge.
There is, my own.
Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day? Asked Scrooge.
To any kindly given, to a poor one most.
Why to a poor one most? Asked Scrooge.
Because it needs it most.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever happened to literary aftercare? Yeah, where's the literary pillow talk, dude? Not everyone needs to break the fourth wall, but what if they did? Like, maybe they should more often. You know? Yeah, he was the first pad writer. Yeah.
Spirit,
said Scrooge after a moment's thought.
I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds above us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment?
Aye, cried the spirit.
You would deprive them of their means of dining every seventh day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all, said Scrooge. Wouldn't you?
Aye, cried the spirit.
You seek to close these places on the seventh day, said Scrooge, and it comes to the same thing.
I seek, exclaimed the spirit.
Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family, said Scrooge.
There are some upon the earth of yours, returned the spirit, who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry. Damn, progressive DEI writer, let's go. Let's get woke. Come on, 19th century readers. It's the 1800s. Stop being a bigot. Stop being selfish. Selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us. So, yeah, it's very good. Yeah, let's get woke. Let's do it. Let's freaking go. Woke up. Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on invisible as they had been before into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he could change shape, which is cool, and that he stood beneath a low roof, quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks. For there he went and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Wow! Yeah, he's virtually Santa, exactly. That's the whole thing. They do like a really good representation of that again in the Muppet Christmas Carol. By the way, not sponsored by Jim Henson's Muppet Christmas Carol, but God, I wish I could be. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Miss Piggy, by the way, in Muppet Christmas Carol. I believe it's wake up, not woke up. Dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for 6 pence. She laid the cloth as assisted by Belinda Cratchit. I'm Bettina. I'm Belinda. Second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes. Mother, I believe the goose is almost done. And getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, confirmed upon his son an heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. Yes. Now, sometimes he just starts writing words, and I'm like, why is any of this necessary at all, bro? And now his editor was like, we need more pages. We do. Now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known for their own screaming. They smelled the goose, and they just That's what happened. That is the image I have in my brain. Yeah, dude writes like he was paid by the word. Yeah. And known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table, exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. Right before I started stream, I had mashed potatoes. They were great. Yeah. The what? Rizzo screaming on top of that, yeah.
Ow, ooh, hot. At least I laid it on something warm.
Yeah, Goose, it's you! They're gonna eat you with sage and onion, and you're gonna be delicious. What has ever got your precious father, then? Said Mrs. Cratchit. And your brother, I can't do it. And your brother, Tiny Tim, it's gonna kill me. And your brother, Tiny Tim. And Martha weren't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour. That's the voice we're settling on, okay? Here, Martha, mother, said a girl, appearing as she spoke. Here's Martha, mother, cried the 2 young Cratchits. Hooray! There's such a goose, Martha. Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are, said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. We'd a deal of work to finish up last night, replied the girl, and had to clear away this morning, mother. Well, never mind so long as you are come. And you were. Before you formed flesh, said Mrs. Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm Lord bless ye. Sorry, I almost choked on my own spit. Oh, God. Yeah. Sounds like Unc Rambles. Oh, yeah, this is Unc Rambles, absolutely. Ah, good Lord. No, Father, come. There's Father coming, cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. Hide, Martha, hide. Man, first name basis with their mom. Wild. So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, The father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable. Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas, for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. Why, where's our Wait.
Why, where's our Martha?
Cried Bob Cratchit, looking around.
Not coming,
Said Mrs. Cratchit.
not coming.
Said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits. For he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant.
Not coming upon Christmas Day.
Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke. So she came out prematurely from behind the closet door. Oh, they love each other so much. It's like, I can't even trick you as a fun joke for hide and seek. And ran into his arms while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the washhouse, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. And how did tiny little Tim behave? Asked Mrs. Cratchit when she had, I keep wanting to say Mrs. Cratchit, which is wrong, when she had rallied Bob. Was I just calling him Bob Cratchit the whole time? I hope not. Yeah, she came out, good for her, yeah, from behind the closet. She was so deep in the closet, she went out the back end and was behind it. Enjoy the gay Christmas spirit. Deck the halls with gayness, or whatever the line is. You know? Asked Mrs. Cratchit when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content.
As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow, he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Also in the movie. All right. Yeah, deck the balls. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and heavy. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool beside the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot... I love that even, like, Charles Dickens is like, yo, he's poor. Poor. Compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round, and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The 2 young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the 2 young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" Yeah, Chris Melberger voice. Bore. Don't cook goose. I'm so sorry. We have a delicious recipe given by this ancient text. And hey, you know, your fault for being a goose, I guess. A silly one at that. There never was such a goose, Bob said. There never was such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Yeah, you wouldn't even hold up to this goose, though. So, like, maybe we won't cook you because there never would be such a goose, is what Bob Cratchit said. So, like, you can't even compare to this goose. So, sorry. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet everyone had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should not break in turning out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose? Supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Sorry, the dyslexia is really hitting me at this hour. So you're saying our goose isn't juicy enough? Yeah, man, sorry. Yeah, Juice, you must get more tender and flavorful and juicy. All right? 2026 resolution right there for you. You've got to get more tender and juicy. All right? Hello. A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. That sounds so weird. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy and bedite with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Dude, you got like 4 kids. You're like, hey, Mrs. Cratchit, this is the best thing since our marriage. Oh, kids, I didn't realize you were listening. Oh, gosh. Goose, yeah, Goose, listen, baste yourself, marinate yourself in the HRT. Yeah, and that's a good marinade right there. Yeah, that is how you get juicy. And do squats. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind. She would confess she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everyone had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done, the cloth was cleared, the hearth was swept, and the fire made up. Ooh, the fire. Ooh, it's so warm. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle. Yeah, he invented it, guys. He calls it a circle, by the way. He made that. Meaning half a one. And at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a custard cup without a handle. Yeah, those kids know where they stand. Yeah, not as good as pudding. To be fair, she probably made the pudding all herself. Bob helped a little with the kids. Oh my God. Different kind of pudding. Liz, thank you for the 5-stream streak, by the way. Appreciate that. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us." Which all the family re-echoed.
God bless us, everyone, said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, dreaded that he might be taken from him.
Spirit,
said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before,
tell me if Tiny Tim will live. I see a vacant seat, replied the ghost, in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die. No, no, said Scrooge. Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he will be spared. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race, returned the ghost, will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. There we go. There it is. He said, get diffed by your own words, right in your face.
Man, said the ghost, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant, until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die? It may be that, in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust.
He said, yo, class consciousness actually rules, brother. Scrooge bent before the ghost rebuke and, trembling, cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily on hearing his own name. Mr. Scrooge, said Bob. I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed, cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it. My dear, said Bob, the children. Christmas Day? It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, she said, on which one drinks to the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow. My dear, was Bob's mild answer, Christmas Day. I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of the proceedings, which had no heartiness in it. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. I also had to take a drink with the Cratchits. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge, the baleful, being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6 pence weekly. The two young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favor when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest. Tomorrow being a holiday, she passed at home. Oh, hell yeah, good bed rot during a holiday off? Let's go. Let's frickin' go. Also, she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, and which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round, and by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. Water break, hell yeah. Yeah, chat, everyone take a sip of water. You don't even have to use the channel points to announce this one. Quite delicioso, if I do say so myself. My agua. There's nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. That's mean. They were not well dressed, their shoes were far from being waterproof, their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were very happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time, when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting. Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlors, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cozy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There, all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and to be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blinds of guests assembling, and there, a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once. Dude, they had Uggs, sick, tripped lightly off to some near neighbor's house, where, woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches, well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people, sorry, talking about like all the ladies. What did you just say? What did I just say? What did I say, Brookie? Huh? Sipping my flavorless. But if you have judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires half chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exalted, how it bared its breadth of breast and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusty sky with specks of light, who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. I love these old school sentences. I have no fucking idea how to read them. Few breasted boobily upon a Christmas morning. Yeah. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about as though it were the burial place or giants, and water spread itself wherever so it listed, or would have done so, but the frost that held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. What place is this? Asked Scrooge. A place where miners live, who labor in the bowels of the earth, returned the spirit. But they know me, see? A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old man and woman with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in on the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigor sank again. Yeah. Yeah, minors, not minors. Yes, exactly. Yeah, gay minors. Yeah. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped whither? Not to sea. To sea. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water, as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed, the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, one might suppose as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. I know we've been referencing the Muppets Christmas Carol, but I love the way the Patrick Stewart Christmas Carol does this scene. I also love the Patrick Stewart Christmas Carol. Also worth watching, chat, by the way, if you haven't seen it. But even then, two men who watched the light had made a fire that, through the loophole in the thick stone wall, shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog. Guys, it's like fucking, it's the lighthouse. It's freaking, oh my gosh. It's the Robert Pattinson, friggin' Willem Dafoe movie. Wow. They wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder two, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gal in and of itself. Yeah, hand-holding. Yeah, outrageous in this day and age. Yeah, hand check. Hand check, everybody. Again, the ghost sped on above the black and heaving sea, on and on, until, being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, and look out in the bow, The officers who had the watch, dark ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for one another on that day than on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the Spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. There we go. At the moaning of the wind. Oh, God. Laughed Scrooge's nephew. If you should happen, by an unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair... Dude, this is just... hey, read my book. Also, I'm lonely and I need friends. Please, any reader who got this far, I need friends. I, Charles Dickens, me, Chucky D. You know I'm good for it. Friendship for life, baby. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is infection and disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece, by marriage, laughed as... Well, that's good that she was a niece by marriage. Laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily. Oh, yeah. That was like the laughing is written in this. He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live, cried Scrooge's nephew. He believed it, too. More shame for him, Fred, said Scrooge's niece indignantly. Bless those women. They never do anything by halves. They're always in earnest. Yeah. Charles Dickens is like, dude, girl power. Girls, ladies, the women, they're like, they're not going to mince words. They'll fuck you up. They'll tell you exactly how shitty you are, bro. Let's go, girl power. Man, again, get woke from this book. This is a socialistic, class consciousness, progressive read from the time, okay? And every billionaire needs to be held accountable. He was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was. Oh, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Although she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory, too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. He's a comical old fellow, said Scrooge's nephew. That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offenses carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. I'm sure he's very rich, Fred, hinted Scrooge's niece. At least you always tell me so. And what of that, my dear? Said Scrooge's nephew. His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking that he is ever going to benefit us with it. I have no patience with him, observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. Yes, he is a bit of a dick face. My goodness. Oh, I have, said Scrooge's nephew. I'm sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself. Always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us. And he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner. Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner, interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everyone else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I am very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't any great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper, who clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast, had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say. He is such a ridiculous fellow." This is ridiculous. I love the gossip. This is toxic gossip train. Unbelievable. By all these people talking about Scrooge. You know? No bottomer for Topper. Oh my God. Scrooge's nephew reveled in another laugh. Ha 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 ha. And as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. "I was only going to say," said Scrooge's nephew, "that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his moldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies." Yep, sure. But he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, "Uncle Scrooge, how are you?" if it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday. Yeah, not the toxic gossip train. Yeah, where's the ukulele? Yeah, throw it on the fire. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge, but being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. After tea they had some music, for they were a musical family and knew what they were about when they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you. Especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one. Never swelled the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that Ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. Oh my gosh. Chat, he can learn. He is being taught. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while, they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop! There was first a game at Blind Man's Bluff. Of course there was, and I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature, knocking down the fire iron, stumbling over the chairs, bumping up against the piano, smothering himself amongst the curtains. Wherever she went, there he went. Damn, he was chasing tail, like for real, for real. Holy crap. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavoring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. Shoved and cried out that it wasn't fair. It really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable? Execrable. I don't know what this word is. Yeah, bro is peeking. Good Lord, Topper, come on. Yeah, Topper, I hardly know. Oh my God. Chat. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was unnecessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger and a certain chain about her neck was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so confidential together behind the curtains. Oh my. Ha ha. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, who was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great, and to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for, wholly forgetting, in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. Sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed too, right, for the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. Dude, what is bro yapping about? Move this scene along. We don't, like... Yeah, we get it. They're merry and gay and having so much fun. And Scrooge has to, like, watch on and be like, man, I am missing out. I'm an adult for that. Phoebe gets some wonderful rest. Thank you for... Oh, shit. I didn't even realize what time it was, chat. This is taking me a lot longer to read than I thought it was going to because we have had a lot of little fun diversions during this. Also, Charles is a yapper, brother. He's a yapper. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favor that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this the spirit could not be done. They're almost done with Ghost of Christmas Present, though. Here is a new game, said Scrooge. Oh, here is a new game, said Scrooge. 1/2 hour, spirit. Only one. It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what. He only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, the nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I found it! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!" "Well, what is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!"
The cavalry's here!
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, it's very
Oh
early.
my God.
I need some sleep so I can be ready for a birthday / New
Yes,
Year's
have
lunch.
so much
I hope
fun
you all
at
have a
that.
fun rest of the night.
Oh my
Wishing you and
goodness.
my Oswego family
Yeah,
a long
nah,
time
seriously,
indoors
that's
from
what the
the
book
storms.
is about.
And of course, a great new year. I'll
Take
be
care.
throwing
Thank
more
you so much. Randy, appreciate the bits. Please take care of yourself. Have a lovely time with your family as well. Happy birthday to your brother. Happy New Year. Thank you for supporting the stream in 2025. We'll see you in 2026 again. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry, I did looked at my fingernails for some reason. Which it certainly was. Well, it's your Uncle Scrooge. Which it certainly was. Admiration was the universal sentiment, though some objected that the reply to it, "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes, in as much as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. Tendency to think that he's a bear? Damn. Randy, thanks again for chilling. Yeah, a bear. We were talking about that earlier in chat. He's given us plenty of merriment, I'm sure, said Fred, and it would be ungrateful not to drink to his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment. And I say, Uncle Scrooge. Strikes me as more of an otter. Oh my god. Well, Uncle Scrooge, they cried. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man. Whatever he is, said Scrooge's nephew. He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge. Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart. Damn, let's go. Changing everybody gay. Guys, this is the answer. We have to radicalize CEOs. This is what this is saying. Radicalize the rich into becoming gay. And then world peace. Okay? Then Christmas cheer, world peace. Turn CEOs gay 2026. They had Project 2025. Turn all CEOs gay 2026. Let's go. Force femme the billionaires. Exactly, Goose. Let's do it. Yeah, nah, seriously, the run-on innuendo that this whole book is, right? Scrooge was the bear, Marley was the otter. Amazing, amazing. He had pledged the unconscious company in return and thanked them in an inaudible speech if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Oh my gosh, we're almost there to the third ghost, final ghost. Yeah, infect all CEOs with the woke mind virus. We gotta do it. Yeah, instead of turning the frogs gay, billionaires. We can do it. What I'm hearing from A Christmas Carol is billionaires have names and addresses they can be found at. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and gaol. In misery's every refuge, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out. He left his blessing and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left a children's 12th night party. When looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was gray.
"Are spirits so short-lived?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight?" cried Scrooge. "Tonight, at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near."
The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment.
"Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask,"
said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe.
"But I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here."
From the foldings of its robe it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garment.
"Oh, man, look here! Look down here!" exclaimed the ghost.
There was a boy and girl, yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too, in their humility, where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints. A stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade. Through all the mysteries of wonderful creation has monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, and rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude.
"Spirit, what are they yours?"
Scrooge could say no more.
"They are man's,"
said the spirit, looking down upon them.
"and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware of them both, and all of their degree. Excuse me. But most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it, cried the spirit, stretching out its hand towards the city. Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your I don't know this word, purposes, and make it worse, and bide the end.
No perversion, not even a little bit of pervert. Unbelievable, right? So repressed, so uptight.
Have they no refuge or resource?
Cried Scrooge. Are there no prisons? Said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words.
Are there no workhouses?
The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke... Damn! Mic drop? Can you imagine? I grow old upon this earth. I will disappear soon. By the way, remember when you said that really shitty thing about dying children and orphans and shit? Yeah, I'm gonna say that back at you. Goodbye! Like, dude, mic drop. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. My goodness. Stave 4, the last of the spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee. From the very air through which the spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. What? Like a mist? It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible, save one outstretched hand that my fireplace was missing, or blocking. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its finger from the night and separate from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him. Wow, again with that. And that its mysterious presence filled him, nice, with a sullen dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come, said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with its hand. You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us, Scrooge pursued. Is that so, spirit? The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for at this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that, behind the dusky shroud, there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black. Yeah, tall, dark, and handsome. I will say this much, again, Muppet Christmas Carol, sorry to glaze the movie so much, but does such a great Ghost of Christmas Future. But also, the movie Scrooged has one of the creepiest versions of this ghost. Like I don't know. When I watched that movie when I was much younger, I remember being so scared of the Ghost of Christmas Future in Scrooged. I thought it was really good, quite honestly. Chat, this is wild, but this is 3 a.m, and I didn't get started early enough tonight because, again, Morgan and I were literally delayed by a blizzard. I'm glad we made it home safe and everything, but I'm going to save, because it is almost 3 a.m., can't speak highly enough of the Muppets Christmas Carol, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. It's a perfect movie. Like, no joke. Like, 5 stars every time I watch it. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. We have a decent amount of the book left. So let's say we reconvene on like Thursday or something, and we finish the story then. Yeah, it's longer than I thought as well. Well, also the dyslexia has slowed me down quite a bit. But I really hope that people enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. And then if I get through it pretty quick and we have time left over, I'll just fill it with some other stuff. Good place to stop. Awesome. I'll start at the very beginning of Stave 4, of Chapter 4, so that we just get a refresher. And anyone who missed it can just pick up where we're at. So, I think you did a great job. Thank you. First stream of 2026. Yeah, first stream of 2026 will be really good. It's going to be really fun. This was a blast. I hope that this was fun. I hope that you enjoyed the crackling fireplace by my side here. Again, I worked so hard. Wait, it's getting a little bit low. Oh, yeah, flames are really... it's warming up. I hope you like my reading fit. I have a really nice... I just remembered Vox Machina, Amazon Prime, years ago sent me a really nice bathrobe for Vox Machina. Maybe I wear the Vox Machina robe next stream with the glasses and stuff. Voice actor, that's awesome. This sounds like an amazing career. It's very cool to have. This was like kind of... Guys, you're getting a free audiobook from me tonight. You are. I hope you enjoyed it. Been lurking, but this has been so fun. I'm glad that people found this fun and not boring, because I was like kind of worried partway through. I was like, uh-oh, this might be boring. Because it's like, oh, like, who the hell knows what's... Besides the people who have context of this story, this is your first time ever hearing of this story. A very bizarre... Very, very bizarre way of writing that we had back in the day. Yeah, free audiobook that we can distract. Yeah, all the bits, all the subs, all the tips, all of those sound alerts being activated. It was really fun. So focused, your reading and voices are so good. I'm glad you think so. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, truly. I'm going to get going here. I really enjoyed our time here together. I really wanted to get going a lot earlier tonight. Sorry that, again, the weather really delayed the crap. Morgan and I had maybe an hour, 2 hours worth of errands to run. And the blizzard that we were in ended up being like making our errands way longer than that. It really sucked. Yeah. I have lousy aim. Thank you so much for joining, by the way. Welcome on into our humble little community. I'm going to get going. Hopefully, next stream I see you, 2026, most likely Thursday, is the start of a fresh, wonderful, brand new year together. I'm going to get sappy again, so those of you who don't like that, sorry. That's just the way that it goes. But as many of you know, 2025 was very hard for me. Had financial troubles, car troubles. Morgan and my basement flooded. I had to watch my sister's health deteriorate and watch her pass. It was tough. Other family issues that are still going on that I've been attending to. A lot of bad things happened. That's just kind of the stuff I've shared publicly. Shittiest year I've ever had in my whole life. Truly. Like, the worst year. And what I discussed with my therapist today was, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been so much worse than it was. But throughout every step of the journey, every loss I experienced, every moment of grief that I've had to push through, I had this community here. I had my found family of friends that I have. I had Morgan. I had lovely people in my life who let me know I was loved, who supported the hell out of me. My goodness, God. The moments I was like, wow, I streamed 6 times this month. And people still showed up to those streams. People still were like, hey, I'm still renewing my subs. I'm still gifting subs, so you stay afloat while you're not working. Or you take time off to mourn your sister. What the fuck? Like honestly, like, what the fuck? Like, I was raised in an environment where there was a lot of shame. You don't take handouts. You're weak if you do. You are not a good person if you take from others when you're not working hard, right? I was raised in an environment where there's like all this guilt, all this shame, all these imaginary rules telling me who to be, how to be, who I'm supposed to love, who I'm supposed to be friends with, what career I'm supposed to have. All of that shit is fake. I survived this year because of found family. I survived this year because of this awesome, amazing community, this backbone that kept me strong on some of my lowest days, the darkest days where I curled up in a ball and sobbed and thought that I wasn't going to wake up the next day. There were moments where I felt so much less lonely. Moments that I felt so supported, and that we as human beings got to just connect. And that shit is not a given, especially on the internet. Especially for a content creator who's been doing this as long as I have. Almost 13 years of this. Streaming, making YouTube videos, posting on socials, doing conventions, going to events. None of that matters without this community. None of it does. I don't make content like... My content is me living every single day, right? Like, if I were to not have to publish content for other people to watch, it's just me living a day. It's me, oh man, the content in my head is me having a great time with Morgan, going out to a nice place to eat, whatever. But I share parts of my life because I want to. I want to include other people in that. I want to connect with humanity. I want to meet other human beings. That's so important to me. 2025 sucked. For so many of us. It was fucking horrible. There's no better way to put it, except that it was just really, truly awful. And we're banding together. We're getting through it. We got through it. You got through it. This is right now at 3 a.m. The West Coast is in the very last day of 2025. Some of you told me you were in pain, felt like giving up, having trouble, dealing with family stuff, dealing with loss of your own, losing family members of your own, losing loved ones of your own, whatever it might have been, a breakup, a lost pet, family member dying. All those things, they affect all of us, and we're all human beings, and we're allowed to feel sad, and we're allowed to feel distraught and upset about that stuff. That's why we're human. What other reason are we here except to feel emotion and know we had love and share love and connect? That's so fucking important right now in a world that keeps telling us and screaming in our face that it's not. Y'all are doing great, and I'm so proud of you. You made it to the last day of 2025, and even though I won't be able to see you off with the stream tonight, I'll see you in 2026. Fresh start, clean slate. Even if you don't believe in that shit, you're like, it's just a flipping of a page in a calendar. Symbolically. We're getting there. We're going to have a better year. We're going to celebrate all the good news we can. We're going to have fun. We're going to laugh until we can't breathe. Tonight was a blast. God, it was such a good reminder of just like how funny some of you make these scenarios of, hey, I kind of have half of a plan, and the community shows up, and it's so easy to bounce off everyone here. We're glad to hold up your umbrella through all the unfair rainstorms of 2025. So proud of you for making it here with the rest of us. Thank you. I seriously, I know I've changed. There's no way I couldn't have after this year. I'm going to be so intentional in how I do things. I'm going to be such a different version of myself than I was in the beginning of 2025. And I'm excited to be a different version of myself. I'm excited to find all the ways that I can make this thing that I want to become possible. I'm setting my intentions right now. Triple digit viewers again. I'm gonna be, trying to get back up to 700 subs. I'm gonna get back to posting regular YouTube videos in short form. I'm gonna hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube finally after all this damn time. I'm going to present Fem more. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing that. I'm going to surround myself with love and support. And the people who don't give me that, I wish them well on their own journey. They don't have to be a part of mine. This is my adventure, my story. I'm so happy that you all get to be a part of it as well. Really, really happy to have you here. Thank you. Horrible, grief-filled year. It was only made easier by everyone here. I'm so glad. So glad we can be here for each other. So, thank you. I'm proud of all of you. All of you are great. You got this. We love. Hey, Mackenzie, thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. I'm gonna get going here now. I'm gonna pause the fireplace. I'm gonna close the fireplace actually. Sorry, fireplace is closed out. Kitchen's closed for the night. I'm gonna say my goodbyes now. Goodbye to 2025. Throwing it right in the goddamn dumpster. 2026. Oh wait. Hold up. Chat. No, oh, the fire. Oh, it started again. Oh, the fire.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, got it. There we go. Anyway, y'all are great. Thanks so much for vibing. You're beautiful. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You're fucking gorgeous. You're an amazing human being. You're doing great. You're doing so much better than anyone who has tried to tear you down knows anything about. You are doing so well. I'm gonna get out of here. Blew the fire into the back rooms, yeah. Thank you for this wonderful little pocket of the internet. I can definitely be around here more next year. Here's to 2026. We've got this. Absolutely, Jay. You're going to kick ass. Let me say some good nights quick to the people who are typing in chat. Definitely want to do that. Witch, yeah. I use my witch powers to blow it out. Thank you, everybody. All of you are incredible. You really, really are. If I miss you this with this goodbye, nothing personal in that. I'll say hi to you and goodbye to you in 2026. How's that? Truly. Thanks for creating a safe space for us and giving everyone the chance to have a place to call home. Glad I could be here. Hope your new year is bright and filled with even more love and light. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. You deserve to make it to the end of 2025 and get to 2026. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. I'm going to start with Brookie, calling me a witch in chat, and I'm just going to read down from there, everybody. Brookie, thank you so much for being here. That goes for my entire late night mod crew. All of you are incredible, amazing people. Thanks for helping the ways that you do. Y'all are so, so beautiful for that. This place doesn't feel the way it does without you. Thank you for being great. Xander, Slade, Jacob, Jay, thank you all for hanging out. Cheeky, Uber, Liz, Mojo, thank you for vibing. Really appreciate you all a ton. Ellie, Maya, thank you so, so much for being here. Sky, thank you so, so much for chilling with us. We appreciate you every time. Goose, always love having you here. Yep. Yeah, don't believe the lies. It's incredibly personal if I miss you in chat. Yeah. Nye, see you later. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out here. Mins, thank you. Always nice seeing you. Always a huge pleasure to have everybody here, like truly. Uber, take care of yourself. Brian, always a lovely, lovely time having you here in chat. Like, Brian, haven't you been here for like 27 years or something crazy? Like, you've been here for like so long at this point. I'm so appreciative of like all the long-term viewers. Like, gosh, some of you have legitimately been here since pre-COVID time, which is wild. As like subs too, which is just nuts. That's so wild to me. So wild. Maj, take care. Thank you so much for vibing. Thanks for stopping by. Why not? Always good seeing you here. Thank you. Fallen since 2018. Old. Yeah, seriously. Big old vibes here. Really appreciate y'all. Thank you for everything that you do. The tip bar alone from this month is absolutely crazy, especially with the holiday season where people have to budget and buy gifts and travel and all that shit. The fact that y'all gave so much in November, the fact that y'all gave so much when things just started getting dark and bad for me in general all year long. I'm really grateful for that. We're still above 300 subs, striking distance to 700. That's the way that I look at it. We'll get there when we get there. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. And we'll just perma-unlock Girl Week. It will be fun. It's going to be a good time. But all of that. Follows, bits, tips, subs, resubs, gifted subs, anything that came through here. Again, it keeps me going. You kept me going all year. There were a couple moments I was like, man, I don't know. What am I supposed to do about being like a content creator? And Jeebus, Christmas, y'all showed up. You really did. So, yeah. Yeah, Goose, listen, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. So sorry to hear that you had to bear all of that. But you finding yourself in the midst of all that, you finding your community of people who accept you for who you are and who you want to be is a fucking beautiful thing. And as someone else who lost my closest relative as well, finding the beauty in found family, finding the beauty in community right now, it's kept me alive. It really has. It's kept me feeling hopeful about things instead of, even on the days that I'm bed rotting, falling into this despairing spiral of like hating the world and hating other people. Instead of hating, I've found ways to love even more. As cheesy as that sounds, like that's really what I've been trying to really do. So we're all here for you. Yeah, girl year incoming, exactly, Xander. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you for chatting, lurking, listening in. No matter what you did, you spent your time here in this community supporting what I do. I really appreciate you all. Morgan, I love you too. Morgan loves all of you as well. She'll see you in the new year, and we're going to have a blast. We really will. Ethan, enjoy your pooping. Enjoy, what is it, poop number 18 of the night? Damn, dude. Ethan, thank you for welcoming us into your home also for Mark's movie and stuff. It just like... it meant a lot to get out there. Like, we both really needed it, especially the timing of everything going on. Like, we fucking love you, dude. We're hopefully going to be out there again sooner than later. So, if you're chill with having us crash again, we'd love to see you again soon. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Y'all are great. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. Please keep smiling. Please keep laughing. The world wants to grind you down into dust right now. Don't fucking let it. Don't. Your perseverance, whatever moments brought you even a small ray of hope, got you through this awful, fucked up year. You did great, and I'm proud of you. And no one's grading you for how you did. You passed. You won. You beat this shit. And we're gonna beat 2026 the same way. And it's gonna be way better. It's gonna be way more fun. We're gonna find ways to do it. I almost just choked on my own spit. Holy crap, I gotta go. All right, chat. Thank you again. Thank you, truly. Thank you so much, Bryant. Yeah, that's so lovely. Thank you, thank you. We are going to fight through all these challenges and find the joyful moments, and it's going to just kick ass. Really will. Hope that you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, and end of the year. And a happy new year to you. Finger hearts as usual. I'm out of here. Can't wait to see you in the next one. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Take care. Please, please, you are worth it. You're incredible. See ya. And thanks for this year.
I run another lie to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I run another lie to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma. I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side, I feel stronger than I've ever been before.